Good morning and welcome to the December meeting here at Arizona Game and Fish headquarters in Phoenix. Isn't it wonderful to be here, and especially since the weather is finally cooling down. As we wrap up the year and enter the holiday season, I want to express my sincere appreciation to our over 675 employees that just keep us running just so smooth. And it's wonderful to go to some of these meetings and hear that people say, well, we're just going to wait and see what Arizona does. And that's because of all of this fantastic help that we get through the science and the data that they provide for us. So it's whether in the field, our hatcheries, wildlife centers, law enforcement, educational programs, or leadership that keeps Arizona's conservation model strong and very effective, as you all know. This is also a good moment for us to reaffirm what we do as and what our role is as a commission. Our statutory responsibilities include establishing policy for the management and preservation of wildlife, setting rules and regulations for wildlife and fisheries, and overseeing safe watercraft and off-highway vehicle operations. We regulate the importation, exportation, and possession of wildlife and support the facilities like our hatcheries and provide oversight for the public shooting ranges. And I saw Mike Rom here. Thank you for being here, Mike. Another important part of our responsibility is working with the Arizona legislators, and I know many of you know that. And that supports our sound science-based legislation that affects the department and the wildlife resources we are entrusted to protect. As a 5-member commission, and thank you everybody for being here and always being so spot on and answering questions. As a 5-member body serving staggering 5-year terms, these duties define our scope. So that's what we do. Let me go through what we don't do. We are not the day-to-day managers of the department. We have one employee, and that's our fantastic director, Tom Finley. Thank you, Tom. Can we give Tom a round of applause? Look, he's so embarrassed. I did that on purpose. We rely on the expertise of the department's biologists, scientists, wildlife managers, and professionals to guide us with this science-based recommendation. Our role as commissioners is not to dictate their work, and many of you are in the audience, your work, but it's to set sound policy informed by their expertise. Thank you to the department and to the commissioners, our legislative partners, and our stakeholders, and especially all of you, whether you're watching us through the video feed or you are in our audience. Thank you for your support, your guidance, and your concern about what is going on for us to conserve and protect our wildlife in the state of Arizona. And I look forward to a strong start to our year, and I wish you all a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, and a fabulous, fabulous time visiting with your family and friends. And with that, I will start the meeting. Was that good?
You did fine.
He said I was too loud last time. We would like to have you all stand and join us with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. And Commissioner Kerr, would you please lead us?
It'd be my honor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please stay standing. We have a moment of silence, please. Since the last commission meeting, Governor Katie Hobbs ordered flags at all state buildings be lowered to half staff from November 12th to November 20th in honor of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Governor Hobbs issued the following statement. Vice President Cheney was a dedicated public servant serving our country under several presidential administrations beyond his 2-term as vice president. He was a leader who respected political differences and was steadfast in his support of our nation's founding principles. Our thoughts are with the Cheney family in this time of remembrance and memorial. A few seconds of silence, please. Thank you, and please be seated. With that, I would like our commissioners and our executive staff to introduce themselves. And can we start with you, Commissioner Hernandez?
Good morning. I'm Clay Hernandez from Tucson.
Good morning, James Guggenauer, Payson.
Marcia Petrie-Sue, Scottsdale.
Jeff Buchanan, Patagonia.
Kurt Kerr, Pine Top, Arizona.
Tony?
Good morning. I'm Tony Giles. I'm the Assistant Director for Information Education Recreation Division.
Good morning, Clay Crowder, Assistant Director for Wildlife Management Division.
Good morning, Jared McFarland, Field Operations Assistant Director.
Good morning, Jen Stewart, Support Services Assistant Director.
Good morning, Tom Finley, Director.
Good morning, Joshua Hurst, Deputy Director.
Jim Odenkirk, General Counsel.
Good morning, everyone. Luke Thompson, Special Assistant to the Director.
And we have the fabulous Stephanie Price sitting there hiding in the corner. Oh, and Marianne Cox. You weren't sitting up here today. Okay, all right. Well, thank you all for being here. Much appreciated. We have some awards to complete here, so I would love to have Todd and Debbie Buck join me at the lectern, please. Todd Buck is retired Arizona Game and Fish Department employee and retired from the North Kaibab Wildlife Manager. I really want you to pay attention to this. As I was reading through this, I had to take a nap. I mean, it's awesome, everything that you have done. It's wonderful. Retired North Kaibab Wildlife Manager and Mule Deer Foundation biologist, joining us today with his wife, Debbie, starting with the Arizona Game and Fish Department in 1992, a few years ago. Todd spent his entire 30-year career as a Unit 12A wildlife manager, where he oversaw the world-famous Kaibab mule deer herd, and many of you are very familiar with that. During this time, he secured more than $4 million in project funding. It's a lot of money. To construct and maintain over 170 wildlife water catchments and implement large-scale habitat restoration activities, all directly affecting the mule deer. Todd's passion for improving mule deer habitat on the North Kaibab was driven by necessity after the Bridger Knoll fire in 1996. You'd only been on, 4 years when that fire happened, and the warm fire of 2006 that impacted over 100,000 acres of critical winter and summer range. The key to his success with more than 20 habitat restoration projects. I've worked a few of those restoration projects, and if you've ever been at 20 is a lot. And his ability to leverage $1.3 million of non-federal funding from the department's Habitat Partnership Committee. Many of you know that as the HPC. In the final 5 years of his game and fish career, Todd worked closely with the North Kaibab Ranger District to complete the massive landscape-scale Kaibab Plateau Ecological Restoration Project, NEPA. I'll bet that was fun. If any of you have had anything to do with NEPA, you know how interesting that is. Because of his incredible efforts, he was recognized as the Wildlife Manager of the Year in 2021. Todd's 2022 retirement from the department was short-lived. Not very long, 90 days, right? 90 days. And within months, he was back on the Kaibab, this time with the Mule Deer Foundation as a Mule Deer Foundation biologist, in a unique three-way cooperative role with the Arizona Deer Association and the department. His mission was singular: to implement the habitat improvement projects on the North Kaibab and Arizona Strip that he had worked so hard to advance as a wildlife manager. With the ability to focus solely on habitat work, that was a lot better than being spread all over right? You could really be more efficient and effective. Todd produced remarkable results in just under 3 years. 3 years. He developed a cohesive Kaibab Plateau Habitat Action Plan that prioritized the treatments outlined in the NEPA plan and identified every water development needing replacement or refurbishment, and I'll bet you there was a ton, because they hadn't been looked at in a while. Yeah, long time. This plan also served as the NRCS RCPP project application, through which he secured $1.2 million for 3,000 acres of mule deer habitat work in 2024. Do you need a nap yet? Todd then set to work implementing his vision. In less than 3 years, he oversaw the treatment of approximately 5,000 acres of habitat, added 1.7 million gallons of wildlife water storage capacity, and as you know, we're all in a drought and how important that water is. Installed over 45 miles of new wildlife water pipeline, installed approximately 70 drinkers, seeded 700 acres of treated area, and completed more than 2,000 acres of archaeological surveys required for future treatment. Altogether, he secured and implemented more than $6 million in funding for wildlife, paving the way for continued work beyond his tenure. Todd is the consummate professional, demonstrated through the strong relationship he has built with internal staff, local hunting and ranching communities, partner agencies, and the many folks that you have mentored. And that is so fantastic to be able to spread your knowledge through mentoring. It's terrific. His passion for wildlife on the Kaibab Plateau is reflected in his more than 30 years of dedicated service to the Kaibab Plateau. So for your commitment to wildlife, the Commission is honored to present you with the Commendation of Appreciation. And to Debbie and to Todd, thank you so much. It's just amazing what you've been able to do. Thank you so much. It's lovely. I'm going to shake your hand. Thank you. You too, Debbie. I'll follow. Can we have another round of applause for Todd, please? Thank you. Fabulous. All righty. We have a team to recognize, so I will ask you all to come up front here. Cheryl Fellner, Tara Davis, Kelly Akuri, Marvin Medina, Jennifer, Jen Alspa, Yesenia Pretadio, Melania Byron, Jennifer White, and Angela Holsworth. I apologize if I butchered your name. This is an amazing team. Wait till you hear what they did.
Don't take a nap.
Yeah, no, don't take a nap, is right. All right. Yes, thank you.
New ring.
Good. Is that good, George? Thank you. In March 2023, the Arizona Department of Administration, the ADOA, announced plans to modernize and integrate the state's financial and human resource information systems in an initiative called AZ360. Are you tired of hearing AZ360? The state's suite of financial tools were rolled out as the first piece of the platform in October of 2023. Due to the complex nature of the human resources system and its integration with payroll services, the timeline involved a 27-month rollout. This team of individuals recognized early that the conversion represented a major process change for every department employee. And you know, a lot of people hear that word change and they kind of shudder. But a lot of times change is for the positive. I bet you didn't know that to start with, did you? The process change for every department employee and any errors encountered at the various points in the process had the potential to become critical interruptions of service. And that means paychecks, payments to vendors, and all that sort of thing. Department liaisons were quickly identified in our budget and accounting and human resource work units to coordinate it with statewide developers, ensure that department needs would be met, and that our employees would have the support required to successfully navigate the new financial and human resource platforms. Over those 2 years, the team led efforts in informing, gathering, testing, and developing an organized support system to approve employees' abilities to adapt to the new system. This was a complex project. I don't think complex is the right word. You guys probably have a lot better words, or I know, I'm sure you do. Covering employee payroll and HR management across all state agencies, and required the department to quickly adapt to the steady flow of information and diverse set of processes being incorporated. Department staff being recognized this morning, these guys, took the initiative to monitor and review that guidance, identifying key pieces that tied to every employee's ability to effectively and efficiently log and submit their work hours. And for those of you that work under those kinds of situations, you know how critical that is. They created an AZGFD specific resource page, developed and delivered a training curriculum to create experts across work units, and constructed a system of support to handle and resolve questions and issues as they arose, including establishing open office hours to work through unexpected challenges, and I'm sure there were a few. Their training included, I can see you guys smiling behind my head. Their training included test account access that allowed work unit experts to experience the new system prior to launch. This access was provided by ADOA in response to requests from this department team, and was not part of the intended rollout plan. They did it without the external direction, and it became a substantial factor impacting the ability of employees to successfully make the transition. The end result was a successful migration from the old platform to AZ360 and its time entry system. As with most new digital tools, there have been additional bugs and challenges, and I really know they're smiling now, I don't even have to look, associated with the new software, and the new team continues to refine and adjust to processes. This core team's dedication, along with the hard work and support of those they trained, have ensured that systems remained operational, paychecks continued to flow, and employees could continue to put the mission of the department on the ground. Thank you all for your resilience and your dedication to the implementation of the rollout. Thank you. Don't go yet. We have things. Melania? Thank you, George. Jennifer? Thank you, Josh.
Which Jennifer?
Oh. Kelly? Cheryl.
Thank
She
you.
is.
Thank you.
Yesenia. There you are. Tara? Goes right here. Angela? Go. Jan, John, whatever I call you. Marvin, there you go. Great, that's excellent. Yes, please. All right. Thank you, George. Thank you so much.
Tara Davis. Madam Chair, if we could have Cheryl, please. Cheryl. Yes. She almost made it. We're going to have Cheryl Fellner stay on the stage for just a minute if it pleases the chair.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry for doing this to you. But we love you and want to
She
just,
thinks she's in trouble.
just want to honor Cheryl here. This is Cheryl's last commission meeting before she retires after 24 years of service with the department, and we just want to highlight some of her career impacts and contributions, and you just saw one of them there. Cheryl's successfully navigated three major financial system transitions, and this AZ 360 was probably the biggest and probably the most complicated. And I'll also say that she deferred her retirement in order to help the department through this process. So we're forever grateful for you for that. Thank you. She's implemented numerous new compensation, leave, travel, tax rules, and policies over the years. She's supported coordination of fire response pay, travel claims, payroll audits, provided guidance across the entire department. And she's always done it with her unique humor and tough love. And when you called Cheryl, you knew that she was going to straighten you out if you needed straightened out, but you also knew you were loved while you were doing it. It was like calling your mom. Her work's truly touched every corner of the agency. And just in closing, being this is your last commission meeting, we knew that we weren't going to get a chance at this, and we knew it would drive you crazy. So we want to say thank you for your contributions, your steady leadership, commitment to the department, and everything that you've done. We love you, and we're going to miss you. Thank you.
Director Finley? Deputy Director Hurst?
There's a lot of stuff to do today, huh? So we've spoken a little bit. Glad to see you all here. Really excited for this day for everybody that's here. Your first day with the department was March 16th, if I'm not mistaken. You all graduated from the Southern Arizona Law Enforcement Training Academy on September 4th. Congratulations to each of you. You all did really well. In fact, I heard Julie was selected as the class president, I think. So very, very good job down there. I also want to recognize 2 department officers who went down to serve as recruit training officers, or RTOs, for your class. That's Ed Senia and Nate Foley. They put everything in their career and their personal lives on hold to go down there and support you, support the department, and support that academy, and we're really grateful to them. So pretty cool deal that they did that. Y'all are pretty impressive. I think the future's in pretty good hands. In addition to some pretty impressive life experience that y'all had and career experience, you've been backgrounded to exhaustion to get to where you're at right now. All of you have completed a police academy, as we just mentioned, spending about 26 weeks in a gentle, relaxing setting where the staff was nice and loving. After the academy, you completed the department post-academy training, and I think you're already done with that. That took 10 additional weeks, correct? One more PowerPoint would have been equivalent to a waterboarding for you, I'm sure, by then. But we're willing. You mess up just a little bit. So then you started field training, and that lasts about 9 weeks. I think you just are in your first phase of that, if I hear it correctly, right? So that's a great adventure. I hope you soak it up and enjoy every second of it. After that, you'll have 2 weeks of an evaluation period, including your board of evaluators, so it's not done. And then you will get to your districts and start learning. And it's really amazing because you do learn a lot more after you get into your districts. Most trainees really do agree that in our program, they learn more here than they ever learned in college, and then you tend to learn a lot in your district when you really get out there and start applying it. It should be pretty obvious to you by now that in these careers and probably in your lives, There are no finish lines, just starting lines. Everything you do just is the beginning of something else. Soak it up. That's a really important thing to embrace in your life. All I can tell you is that it's worth it. Josh and I both started out our careers where you're at. I'd do it all again tomorrow, except I don't want to do the push-ups and the torture part. I tried to convince Todd Buck, who was a retired wildlife manager a few seconds ago, telling him we were hiring again, but he said no, but I would do it. I'm just already still employed. I think they say when you're done growing, you're done living. Don't ever stop learning like y'all are doing now. Don't slow it down a little bit. Like I said, there is no finish line. Let's talk a little bit about the wildlife manager position. Being a WM looks easy. Everybody you know will think that you drive around, you get paid to drive around looking at deer. You already know a little bit different about that, right? It has almost every element of the department in it. And that makes it incredibly difficult to do well because you've got to be good enough at so many different things. And that's why we train you and train you and train you and train you just to give you a little bit of a head start, but it's insanely difficult to do well. I hope you all have really long and rewarding careers, but I also hope you embrace every piece of that job. Don't specialize, because the job is what the job requires, not what you prefer. And the people that you work for, a lot of those people in this room, the resource they all expect and deserve that you all focus on everything that is each part of that job. So keep that in mind if you would, please. Since our purpose today here is about swearing you in for the law enforcement portion of your job, we're going to touch on that a little bit. I want to give you just a few reminders. One is stay safe. You've heard that a lot. You've been trained a lot on that. Keep that in mind every minute, every contact, every day. Don't ever give up on people, and have integrity and benevolence before expedience when you're dealing with the people that we deal with. Have a service heart and be proud of that. It's funny how people sometimes focus on how much money you make. What you're doing is pretty noble. And think about a service job like this as being something to be proud of. Our law chief, Gene Elms, often says, earn your badge. It's one of the most important and greatest things that Gene says, and I would imagine by now you've heard that from him. And what that means is that there's nobody else in the world to do your job. There are dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of law enforcement agencies in the state. All of them can kick in doors and get cocaine busts and whatever else. But it's only you and your districts doing your job. And we really do depend on y'all to do that law enforcement piece of that job effectively and embrace it every single day. Nobody else will. Nobody. Sometimes you'll hear from the public, sometimes even our other commissioned officers, that your job is to catch bad guys. And that's part of it. It's not the whole thing. And it's not a mindset we're asking you to have totally, because a lot of people that you're going to deal with are not bad guys. But we do want you to pay attention to that. We want your focus to be on those people who intend to break the intent of the law. Be really determined. Be tenacious in your pursuit of those people. But for the rest of what we do, we've got a discretion policy. And most of the people you contact, they're going to have done nothing wrong. They're going to be out in the woods, maybe with their families, having the best day of their lives. And if they're not in violation, nothing about that should change. They should continue to have the best day of their life. And we get that feedback all the time, and we will with you as well. We know we will about you, that when you left their camp, they'll be thinking, God, I wish I did that job. That person was the most amazing person ever. And we have those people working here. We're so fortunate. Don't change that. Keep that trust with the public. But at the same time, sprinkled in through those people are some people who intend to break the law. They intend to break the intent of the law. Also sprinkled in through those people are some people who are actually bad people. The intent of law enforcement is to change behavior. It's a minimum tool activity. So sometimes it could be about talking to somebody. That's what our discretion policy is about. Sometimes it could be about a written warning. Sometimes it might involve hugging a kid who just didn't ever have anything as far as that kind of education growing up. But sometimes it could be rightfully the most severe thing you can do to another human being. And if you were ever legitimately put in that spot, the people in this room, the commission behind me, the people of this department, Josh and I will be standing right beside you. Don't ever doubt us for a second in our support of you. Got it? Awesome. My fingers won't work. I want to talk about just a couple of other things, a little bit reminder about some other things that I want you guys to focus on. If I can ever turn this page. Please remember that you have learned what you have learned in the academy and your experiences. Leverage your experiences with people on how to read people, how to read situations. Think a lot about that every single day. And that's a good thing, right? Not always thinking the worst about people, being ready for the worst, but also the best. Sharpen the saw every chance you get. Read when you can. Read on the biological sciences. Read on what we do. Be curious about everything scientific. Read on officer safety. Train every chance you get physically in DT and in firearms and everything else you can do. Train for the worst while you're living your best life. Your response to any traumatic situation will be based on what you trained to do, not what you aspired to do. That's a really important thing for y'all. You're fresh on that right now, but as you get down through the years in your career, something you're going to need to remind yourself constantly, okay? And then hope is not a strategy. It won't work. You have to be ready for things. You have to train for things. You can't hope for the best. You have to actually train for what your reaction to any situation will be. Make your families and loved ones aware of what you do and be proud of it, like we're proud of you. Bring them in. Show them what we do. It's really important that they understand your contribution to this world and conservation. Conduct yourself in a way that best preserves the public trust. This department has such a great reputation with the department, not only founded on your work, but the work of all the employees that are in this room and in this department, because their credibility is so top-notch. Don't ever sully that. And then the last thing I want to say is congratulations and stay safe and love this adventure, and thank you all for picking this way, because that really is an important thing. Love it that you're here, so thanks. You want to announce how we're going to do that?
Yeah, I'll read the bios.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm going to read your bios and just come on up afterwards, please. Thank you. All right, Chase Keating. Chase was born and raised in Phoenix, Arizona. Chase is a fifth-generation Arizonan who grew up going to his grandpa's ranch near Payson. This is where his passion for wildlife and the outdoors was sparked. He attended and graduated from NAU with a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences and chemistry. Shortly after college, he did contract work and an internship in Flagstaff for the department. And Chase is excited to start his career in Wildlife Manager Unit 12A, which is Todd's old stomping grounds there. Yeah, go ahead and come on up. Yep, thank you. Elliot Prokop. Elliot was was raised in Tucson and grew to love the outdoors from an early age. Elliot gained a passion for fishing from his grandfather and quickly led to a lifelong hobby. Elliot spent many hours camping and fishing around Arizona, which led to his dream of becoming a game and fish wildlife manager. Elliot attended the University of Arizona and got a Bachelor of Science in Natural Resources with an emphasis on wildlife conservation and management. During college, Elliot was an intern for the department at Silver Creek Hatchery. Elliot's extremely excited to start his career as a wildlife manager in Sierra Vista and Game Management Units 35 A and B. Gabriel Ford. You had to sit sideways in there, didn't you, Gabe? Yeah. Those gun belts make these chairs challenging. It's not you, Gabe. Gabe was born and raised in Arizona, where he developed a deep appreciation and respect for the outdoors as a sportsman through his father, who taught him the importance of caring for God's creation. He went on to earn his bachelor's degree in applied biology from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Prescott. And during college, Gabe completed an internship and participated in several ride-alongs, experiences that only strengthened his lifelong goal of becoming a wildlife manager with the department. Gabe's excited to start his new career in Tombstone, Arizona. Jeffrey Cordova. Jeff was raised in the bright lights in the big city of Florence, Arizona. Raised with an outdoor lifestyle, he grew up hunting and fishing. Jeff was interested in becoming a wildlife manager after seeing what they do at a young age and after talking with his local wildlife manager. Jeff wrestled at Arizona Christian University in college and then transferred to ASU to pursue a bachelor's degree in biological sciences. Jeff had worked for the department as an intern for the past 3 years before this career. having the opportunity to work both terrestrial and aquatic wildlife. Jeff's looking forward to seeing what his career has to offer. He's excited to start his career in Parker, Arizona. Julie Gibson. Julie was born and raised in Payson. She grew up hunting with family and friends, and this is where she cultivated her fondness for wildlife and the outdoors. After graduating high school, Julie attended the University of Houston, where she studied environmental sciences. Missing what Arizona had to offer, Julie moved back to Arizona, pursuing employment that aligned with her passion for wildlife. She's excited to begin this journey with Arizona Game and Fish Department as a wildlife manager in the Wilcox area. Thank you. Matthew Wanch. Matthew was born and raised in Olympia, Washington, where he spent the majority of his life. This is where he learned to hunt both big game and waterfowl with his father. After graduating from high school, he served 3 years in the Army as a combat engineer. This gave him the opportunity to attend the University of Washington, where he earned a degree in forest resource management. Matthew always had a passion for pursuing a law enforcement career, which was never possible until moving to Skull Valley, Arizona 3 years ago. You probably don't hear that very often. Now, with the support of Matthew's wife and 2 kids, he's excited to begin his journey as a wildlife manager in the Yuma North District. Thank you, Matthew. Liz Fowler. Liz was born in Ocala, Florida, but lived the majority of her life in Woodstock, Georgia. She has always found herself outdoors, whether it was to camp, hike, hunt, or fish. Liz graduated from Mississippi State University in May of 2024 with a bachelor's degree in forestry with a concentration in human-wildlife interactions. During her time at MSU, she worked in the Grand Teton National Park, Devils River State Natural Area, and in the research department at Mississippi State University. She's excited to begin her journey as a wildlife manager, with her first district being the 574 district, which is Elfrida. All right, Zachary Lunau. Zach was raised in Hereford, Arizona, where his father taught him how to hunt and fish. After high school, Zach joined the United States Marine Corps, where he served as an aircraft mechanic and military police officer. After the military, Zach moved to Flagstaff, Arizona, where he attended NAU and received a Bachelor of Science degree in biology. During college, he volunteered his time with the Hunter Education Program, and he's very excited to start his career as a wildlife manager in the Lake Havasu District. And that is our crew we have coming before you now to enter their districts, and just want to thank you all and appreciate everything that you've done to get here. And as Tom said, it's a journey. So we're going to go ahead and swear you in.
Do we know what's bigger, Hereford or Skull Valley? Like, all right, here we go. You ready? All right. State of Arizona, County of Maricopa, I, repeat your name, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of the Arizona Game and Fish Department according to the best of my abilities, so help me God. Congratulations. Glad y'all are here. Thank you so much.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. Is that good? Okay, 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Yeah. If you can please be seated, thank you. Thank you again to our newest wildlife managers. That's always such a wonderful ceremony. And Director Finley, thank you so much for your words. It's always very touching and very appropriate, so I appreciate it. And with that, would you please share the agenda for the meeting with us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. We will be operating off the agenda dated December 3rd, 2025. For the benefit of the public, agendas are available and located on the table by the door. If a member of the public wishes to speak to the commission on an agenda item, please fill out a blue slip, also available on the table. Give the blue slip to staff and we will ensure that you are recognized on the appropriate agenda item. If you would like to present the commission with materials as part of your presentation, please place materials in the inbox on the table by the door and we'll make sure they are distributed. We are webcasting this meeting, however, the webcast is not interactive. The department accommodates comments and discussion from attendees in person and at regional offices via video conference and electronic blue slips. If you want to address the commission on something that is not on the agenda, we have a call to the public notice for that purpose. You can sign up for the call to the public by filling out a blue slip. The chair will recognize you, and at that time you may address the commission. In accordance with the open meeting law, the commission is not able to discuss or take any action on a topic brought up in call to the public because it was not noticed on the public agenda, but the commission may refer it to a future meeting or ask the department to respond to the comments or meet with you to address the issue. With that, Madam Chair, we'll move on to agenda item 1, which is call to the public.
I believe we have one blue slip from Region 4. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that is correct. We also have some blue cards for specific agenda items, but just that one in Region 4.
Great. Thank you so much. Are we connecting, Ben? There we are.
Thank you. This is Region 4. We have Johnny Fugate. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fugate, please.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Happy holidays.
Well, thank you, and to you. And please state the group that you are representing.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Director Finley, and staff, my name is John Fugate, and presenting today on behalf of the Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club. I would like to inform the Commission, as we did at the Flagstaff Commission meeting on August 8th, that the Rod and Gun Club totally supports the idea that the avoidance of permanent loss of habitat caused by solar be the best approach, instead of mitigating said permanent loss. Said approach was so stated by a member of this commission as his personal beliefs during that said meeting. The reason for remembrance of said statement is because later today you will be briefed on an executive order by Governor Hobbs on September 15th of this year, which directed the Arizona Energy Promise Task Force be established to expedite the allowance of solar on state land. Said task force includes the department as one of its members. Since no formal action can be taken during call to the public, I reserve the remainder of my presentation for your consideration when it specifically comes before you in agenda item 16. I am asking this commission to officially approve that the director has the authority on your behalf to provide in writing from this point forward that said permanent loss of the habitat should be avoided. Madam Chair, thank you for allowing the Rod and Gun Club the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Mr. Fugate. Appreciate your time and your words. That is the only blue card we have, blue slip we have ahead. We have 3 for agenda item number 3, so we will wait until that time. Director?
Madam Chair, item 2 is the consent agenda. We have one item on the consent agenda. That's approve a license agreement with the Salt River Project for the purpose of providing utility service to the Commission's Usery Mountain Shooting Range, Maricopa County, Arizona. The presenter, if needed, is Chip Young, Senior Land Resources Manager.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? And it passes 5-0. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, item 3 is the wildlife connectivity briefing. The presenter is Colin Beach, Wildlife Specialist 3.
Thank you.
Morning, Colin.
Thank you, Colin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Director Finley.
Good morning.
I'm Colin Beach. I'm a wildlife specialist with our connectivity program in Wildlife Management Division, Wildlife Contracts Branch. I'm going to be talking about wildlife connectivity in Phoenix's West Valley. So a quick outline of what I'll be talking about. I'm going to give an overview of the area that we're looking at, discuss some of the potential challenges and opportunities for wildlife connectivity planning, in the West Valley, review some of the wildlife movement studies that the department has undertaken in this area to help inform our interactions with our partners in the West Valley, and then identify just a few of those connectivity initiatives that we've been working on with those partners. And then finally, I'll outline some of the future steps that are going to ensure that wildlife movement needs are considered as the West Valley develops. So I'll start with that overview of the area we're looking at and why we're talking about connectivity here. So on the right of the screen, we have the Phoenix metro area. The yellow areas represent currently developed lands, and then to the west on the left of the screen, we have these undeveloped areas. So the West Valley, as I'm discussing it here, is really these areas on the western edge of the metro area and the southwestern edge, cities like Surprise, Buckeye, and Goodyear, and then these lands out to the west. The crosshatch polygons here represent blocks of upland desert habitat in this area. These are areas that we expect to remain open to wildlife into the future. Many of them have some level of open space designation. Most of them fall on public lands. So those particular outliers that you're seeing were identified during the 2006 Arizona Wildlife Linkages Assessment. And so this was a statewide stakeholder workshop that was hosted by ADOT. And that initial assessment identified some potential linkage zones between these areas, but these were refined during subsequent county level assessments. So what we're seeing here in the blue and yellow hatched polygons is from the 2008 Maricopa County Connectivity Assessment. So this is really the inception of wildlife linkage planning in the West Valley. These are the frameworks within which we can work to conserve corridors and movement paths for wildlife. So currently, most of those areas are open and undeveloped. But the blue polygons here are showing incorporated areas as of the 2020 US Census. So these are areas that fall within municipalities, which we expect to develop in the coming decades, with the potential to start to fragment some of this habitat. And this is what that looks like from a population perspective. So if we look at the Maricopa Association of Governments socioeconomic projections from 2023, we can see that by 2060, we're projected to have 6.5 million residents in Maricopa County. And this is over 2 million more residents than we currently have in 2020, or did have in 2020. So we stay with those projections. We can look at population concentration distributions across the county beginning in 2022. We take some of those areas I just identified. Oh, there we go. White Tank Mountains and the Sierra Estrella Mountains. But you can see that in 2022 through 2030, most of these areas remain open and undeveloped to the west. As we progress towards 2050 and beyond, we see 675,000 additional residents moving into these three westernmost cities of Surprise, Buckeye, and Goodyear. So alongside that development, we're going to see expanding infrastructure which supports it. So this is going to include road networks, everything from local streets right up to major freeways and interstates, such as the proposed Interstate 11 corridor that you can see on the right of the screen. We're also going to see a need for flood control solutions, energy and transmission infrastructure, all of these other things that are going to support that development. And each of these is going to create both challenges and opportunities for wildlife connectivity planning in the West Valley. So what does that mean for wildlife? So if we don't consider wildlife needs as this area develops, we're going to see fragmentation of this habitat. And with that, we'll see a loss of connectivity for many species as they're no longer able to move between these areas. In those scenarios, we typically see a loss of genetic diversity. That can increase the risk to factors like drought, disease, and wildfire. We may also see a reduction in species diversity as some of these species are lost from some of these areas. And this could have knock-on effects to the west in some of these blocks of habitat as this overall population is effectively reduced. So we can see that allowing wildlife to continue to make these movements is really important. They make these movements to survive. They make them in response to dynamic processes that are local, regional, and seasonal. And we do not have the ability to predict and replicate these movements through management actions such as translocation for all of the species that may need it at all of the times it may be necessary. So we've seen some examples of what happens in these situations elsewhere in the metro area previously. So we look at South Mountain Park and Preserve and Phoenix Mountains Preserve. Here we have two areas that over the last 50 years have gone from being largely connected to surrounding habitat to now being almost entirely isolated. And with that, we've seen species which we know to have occurred in these areas disappear. Probably the most notable examples of that would be mule deer. So as we're faced with these challenges, we work with our partners in the West Valley to provide data and recommendations to help them plan proactively for wildlife movement in the future. We do this to support healthy, diverse wildlife populations, maintain our wildlife resources throughout the West Valley, and we do it through a data-driven approach. So I want to talk about some of the department's wildlife movement studies that are informing these interactions. So here, the purple lavender line is the proposed Interstate 11 corridor. So this corridor runs throughout the state from Nogales to Las Vegas. I'm just showing the section west of Phoenix here. That's interesting. I don't know if I did that. There we go. All right, we'll get back there. So this corridor is identified in the department's Secretarial Order 3362 State Action Plan as one of our priority wildlife movement corridors. And so, since 2019, we've been collaring mule deer throughout this corridor to understand where they are interacting with it. So what you're seeing here is data from 53 individual mule deer. Each color represents a different individual, and each point represents a GPS location taken at 3-hour intervals across a 3-year deployment. So from this data, I guess I missed that slide. From this data, we've identified a wildlife movement corridor between the Sierra Estrella and North Maricopa Mountains, and that's that kind of yellow and green corridor you can see crossing just southwest of Phoenix, as well as a broad area in the north section between US 93 and I-10, where mule deer are regularly interacting with that corridor throughout the Vulture Mountains and the lower Hassayampa River Valley. And this is built on some earlier work in the White Tank Mountains. So this project was undertaken by the department in 2008, led by Dave Grandmason. They collared 12 mule deer bucks in the upper elevations in the White Tanks and tracked them for the following 9 months. So it might not look like these animals moved great distances in this time, but this data did reveal some clear seasonal elevational migrations from the upper elevations of the White Tanks in the winter down into the surrounding lower elevations following spring and monsoon rains. And this goes to demonstrate how valuable some of these lower elevation, highly developable lands can be to some of the species we have in these blocks of habitat. We've also looked at bighorn sheep movements in the White Tanks. And so in 2019, the department began to receive the first verifiable reports of bighorn sheep in the White Tanks since at least the 1970s. And that was these 2 young rams you can see on the left. So we managed to purchase collars and capture time to go out and respond to future observations of sheep. We posted the posters you see on the right at trailheads throughout White Tank Mountains Regional Park. And in 2023, we were able to respond to a report of 2 rams in the White Tanks and deploy collars. You can see on the right, over the following 12 months, those animals utilized the entirety of the mountain range, and one of them made a 30-mile movement west across the lower Hassayampa River Valley to the Bighorn Mountains. And this is just one small example that right now, even these rocky habitat specialist species, like bighorn sheep, can connect across these undeveloped lands. And this is the sort of movement we want to maintain the potential for into the future. So I'm going to go back to the proposed I-11 corridor now. This is the north section of I-11 between I-10 and Wickenburg. So currently our connectivity program is working with ADOT in this area ahead of future design phases to conduct wildlife movement studies to help us understand what we're trying to conserve in this area so that we can make robust recommendations to ADOT in the future. So these efforts are focusing on untreated species and data gaps from some of the work I just mentioned. So in February of 2026, we'll be outfitting an additional 25 mule deer with GPS collars, primarily focused in the lower Hassayampa River Valley. We're also monitoring 30 Sonoran Desert tortoises wearing GPS transmitters along this corridor so we can understand where they're utilizing and crossing it. And we've deployed trail cameras throughout this stretch to help us develop multi-species occupancy models so we know which species we need to consider in which areas. And each of these efforts is going to continue for 3 years. So with that, I wanted to touch on just a couple of the initiatives being undertaken by our partners in this area that the department has taken a lead in informing, and this data that I've just shown you has contributed towards. So I'm going to start with the City of Buckeye's Wildlife Corridors Best Practices Guide. So this is a resource that the city has developed with a lot of input from the department and other groups to help their planners and engineers understand where wildlife movement needs need to be considered. So as you can see on the right, in the various shades of green, they've identified major wildlife corridors and important areas for wildlife throughout the city. And they've also outlined techniques and methods that they can use to develop in a more wildlife-friendly manner in these areas. And this meshes with the White Tank Mountain Conservancy's connectivity initiative. So this is an effort to connect the White Tank Mountains with habitat in the Belmont and Vulture Mountains through a stakeholder-driven approach. So there's a lot going on in this map, but if you look at the green shaded areas, you can see some of the corridors and habitat patches that may be able to contribute towards an eventual linkage in this area. We've also identified the major drainages that could be components. And then along the CAP canal running from the bottom left towards the top right, you see a series of yellow, black crosses and circles that represent existing structures crossing the canal that might be incorporated into a linkage. And this conceptual linkage was developed with input from the department, from municipalities, stakeholders, developers in the region. Also look at Maricopa County parks. So they're regional parks throughout the West Valley, touch some of our areas that we previously identified. Their Natural Resource Master Plan has adopted connectivity as a priority, and through consultation with the department, they've identified the major corridors that touch their parks, as well as outlining the guidelines for developing functional corridors between them. Finally, I wanted to wrap up with some of the future steps that are going to ensure that we can consider and address wildlife movement needs as the West Valley develops. So we need to continue to identify and address data gaps so that we understand what needs conserving and where. We need to assimilate new knowledge and guidelines as new research and information becomes available. And these things are going to allow us to continue to provide robust, data-driven recommendations to our partners that we know are going to work for the species in this area. We also need to adapt to changing development trends as new types of development move into the West Valley. And then most importantly, we need to continue to engage and collaborate with the stakeholders in this region so that we can find solutions that are workable for everyone, and we can leverage the different expertise from these groups to find novel solutions to the challenges we're going to be presented with in these areas. With that, I wanted to thank you and take any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Please, Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Not a question, just a comment. Thanks for doing this, and thanks for sticking after it. When we can get ahead of things like I-11 and then use our science and our data to inform decisions that ADOT and others will make, that solves a lot of problems in the long term instead of trying to come in after the fact and put a Band-Aid on a sucking chest wound. So thanks for that.
Thank you. We also have some blue slips. I'll go ahead and call those. Kurt Davis. Good morning. Good to see you.
Great to see you all, too. And better to be on this side than your side. I just wanted 2 minutes, less than that, to thank the commission for, and I'm representing myself and Pew, who I work with on this issue. I want to commend the commission, exactly what Commissioner Buchanan said, that all too often in Arizona's history, unfortunately, we waited until a lot of things had happened before taking action. And the commission and the department should be given great credit for jumping ahead of this issue. Those numbers from 2060 are staggering. That's just Maricopa. Figure another 1 million to 2 million when you contemplate Pima County and then the rest of rural Arizona. To not be planning for this now and being a part of a solution will be lost opportunity and lost generations if we're not on top of this. And so making it a priority, the commission making it a priority, thank you very much for that. As a citizen, forget about any other representation, leaving something behind for our kids and grandkids that will allow for wildlife to flourish even on the outer bounds of our urban areas is extraordinarily important. So thank you for that.
And thank you so much. Appreciate your words. Andres Esparza. Thank you, sir. State your name and who you represent.
Yeah, Andres Esparza, the Pew Charitable Trust. Great. Thank you so much for having me here today. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and others. I'm visiting from southern Colorado, so I apologize for bringing the weather with me. Been driving through the snow as I've been up north. I have the privilege today representing the Pew Charitable Trust, and on behalf of Pew, I want to extend our sincere appreciation for the Commission's leadership in advancing wildlife conservation and for your steadfast commitment to safeguarding Arizona's extraordinary natural heritage. Today, I'm here to recognize the Commission's focus on wildlife connectivity and corridors among its priorities. This decision reflects not only foresight, but a deep understanding of the interconnectedness between conservation, public safety, and the long-term resilience of Arizona's ecosystems. Arizona has long been a leader in the West when it comes to innovative approaches to wildlife management, namely through crossings projects. Through the Arizona Game and Fish Department's rigorous research, collaborative partnerships, and public engagement, you've set an example that other states look to emulate. At Pew, we see this work as essential investment in the future, ensuring that wildlife can move freely, that drivers are safer on the highways, and that communities across Arizona continue to benefit from thriving natural landscapes. Connectivity and corridors, namely wildlife crossings, is central to much of Pew's conservation mission across the Southwest. Our goal is to support state and tribal agencies, local governments, and community partners as they plan, fund, and implement projects that improve wildlife connectivity and reduce vehicle collisions. In Arizona specifically, we've been proud to work alongside a diverse coalition of stakeholders to ensure that the best available science and policy guide these investments. One of the most visible and inspiring examples of your collaboration is the I-17 wildlife crossing north of us in Arizona. Once complete, it'll stand as one of the most significant wildlife crossing projects in the region, benefiting multiple species while improving motorist safety on one of Arizona's busiest corridors. Pew is deeply proud to stand behind, support, and highlight this work. It's a model of what happens when sound science, strong partnerships, and shared commitments come together in pursuit of the public good. As the Commission adds connectivity and corridors to its list of priorities, Pew reaffirms its partnership with you all. We are committed to supporting data-driven planning for wildlife movement and connectivity, helping identify and advocate for funding for critical infrastructure, and advancing pro-connectivity policy. In closing, on behalf of the Pew Charitable Trust, I want to thank you all for your dedication to wildlife conservation and for your recognition of the importance of corridors and crossings for wildlife, for humans, and for the future of our ecosystems here. Your vision and actions are helping to create a safer, more connected landscape for wildlife, for motorists, and for future generations of Arizonans. We look forward to continuing to support your efforts and celebrating the successes that lie ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your words. Sharma Torrance. Hi. Please state your name and your organization.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Finley, staff. For the record, my name is Sharma Torrens. I am the Executive Director for White Tank Mountains Conservancy. And so today I'd like to talk real quick about White Tank Mountains Conservancy, our great long-term partnership with the Arizona Game and Fish Department, and just add on to what Colin Beach said. So thank you so much, Colin, for what he said there. But White Tank Mountains Conservancy is a 501c3 nonprofit organization created in 2014. Our mission is to inspire all to conserve and enjoy the cultural and natural resources of the White Tank Mountains, promoting sustainable development around the mountains, conserving those wildlife corridors, the wildlife connectivity, and really to conserve the biodiversity. We seek to keep these mountains alive and wild for future generations. And so White Tank Mountains Conservancy, we're really unique in what we do and how we do it. And so what we do is in that relatively undeveloped area around the mountains, which Colin showed you a map of, we are working proactively to keep that as open as possible and at least keep those wildlife corridors open, promoting sustainable development. We also utilize the Arizona Game and Fish Department data and science to guide us in our efforts, especially west of the White Tank Mountains is where we're really focused, and the mule deer is one of our key species. So thank you so much for doing that. So proactive, and then we collaborate. We establish collaborations with the landowners and land use decision makers around the mountains to ensure when they go to develop, they incorporate conservation of wildlife corridors into their future land use plans. So we work with the developers, municipalities, and the agencies, and that is our connectivity initiative, which Colin mentioned. So that's our core program. So White Tank Mountains Conservancy can really be a model for other organizations and entities and communities because we take a pragmatic and effective approach. It's really knowing that growth and development are imminent. We heard what the population growth is going to be soon. So growth and development are imminent, but we also know that it can occur in a thoughtful, responsible manner. We know that development can be paired with conservation. So I'd just like to recognize a few of my folks in the back if they raise their hands. Laurel Arndt is our Connectivity Initiative Program Manager. Dana Warnicki used to work for the Game and Fish Department. Luckily, she's one of our volunteers. And Alexa Holzinger just joined us with the Connectivity Initiative and my executive assistant. I wanted to say thank you so much to Colin Beach. He's been wonderful. And thank you to the Game and Fish Department because it is because of you and your science and data that has guided us, that has allowed us to be successful in our pragmatic and effective approach. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you all for your comments, and Colin for your presentation. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just make a comment here. You know, we had the opportunity about a year ago to attend a conference over in Palm Springs, and it was all focused on different types of connectivity, crossings, gate issues that Western states are accompanying. And Pew was a big part of that discussion that we had. And I appreciated Pew being there. And as we here in Arizona start talking about the I-17 crossover and the role that ADOT plays in that, and then therefore the role that the legislators play in that. So this is a very complex issue involving a lot of agencies across our state. So I appreciate the leaders that have been connecting those dots and moving this initiative forward. The commission recognizes the vision of this for all the reasons that you heard here earlier. We look forward to being on the cutting edge of this in the future. So thank you all for the hard work that you've done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Director?
Madam Chair, item 4, Species of Greatest Conservation Need Wildlife Briefing. The presenter is Sky Arnett Romero, Wildlife Specialist 2.
Welcome, Sky. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Morning, Madam Chair, Commission members, Director Finley. My name is Sky Arnett Romero. Today I wanted to talk to you about our conservation efforts in regards to the flat-tailed horned lizard. But before I start, I want to highlight this photo here. This is us on our demography plot in September, and each of us is holding a flat-tailed horned lizard. That's a pretty good day when we can find this cryptic species out there. Our demographic plots allow us to track the same individuals year after year, but I want to highlight our luck in finding talented individuals, our observers. From left to right, excluding me in the middle, you have Lexi, Quinn, and Cougar, who are all returning interns, now seasonal technicians, working for us on the Flat-Tail Project. All the way on the right is Sam, a previous tortoise technician. This is important to me as over 10 years ago in 2013, I was an intern tracking lizards out there. Now, as a wildlife specialist too, and president, chair of the Interagency Coordinating Committee, I continue to help monitoring across the species range into California and Mexico, which I'll touch on today. So many refer to them as horny toads, but these are lizards, not amphibians. Excuse me. It's pretty close to their Latin genus, Phrynosoma, meaning toad-bodied. Their primary food is harvester ants. They are distinguished from other horned lizard species by the black mid-dorsal line stripe along their back and their 2 rows of fringes along the side of their body. Whereas most lizard species will run to cover, this species freezes, relying on their cryptic coloration to avoid detection, that flat shape as well. To study this lizard, we distinguish their tracks from other lizards in the area and hopefully follow those through the sand to a flat tail. This lizard has a limited range that extends from Sonora, Mexico to just north of the Salton Sea, California, and enters the southwestern corner of Arizona, south of the Gila River confluence with the Colorado River. This is a Tier 1 species of greatest conservation need, and it has experienced a significant 50% range reduction due to urban and agricultural development. The remaining area of habitat is degraded and fragmented. This species is not listed under the Endangered Species Act, primarily due to an effort from 1997 conservation agreement. This focused on maintaining self-sustaining populations through habitat management strategies. This conservation agreement was signed by 10 state and federal agencies, including Arizona Game and Fish. This resulted in the formation of the Management Oversight Group and the Interagency Coordinating Committee. The flat-tailed horned lizard ICC and MOG implement management actions to conserve the species described within a range-wide management strategy. Management actions include the ongoing long-term monitoring of populations, conserving habitat, and conducting research proactively. The Yuma Desert Management Area, our spot here in Arizona, encompasses Bureau of Reclamation and Marine Corps Air Station lands along the border. Monitoring work is an important part of keeping the lizard common. The Arizona Game and Fish Department plays a large role outside of Arizona. Continued monitoring within each management area allows us to view a wide picture of the range-wide health of this population. For our Yuma Desert Management Area, our occupancy gives us a landscape look at distribution. You can see the map on the left, we have 75 static plots that we survey 6 times each year. This first map also shows a spatial visualization of our long-term occupancy rates alongside logistic regression trends. This helps us identify a small number of sites with statistically significant trends. Increasing occupancy trends resulting from improved plot suitability to declining trends, which can signal emerging threats. The lack of significant trends at most sites indicates a general pattern of occupancy stability across the Yuma Desert Management Area, which is also apparent in our modeled estimate, the graph to the right. Our management area is doing well, and although not included is our 2025 data, as we just finished that, we did have a occupancy of 87% for our plots, which is up from 83% last year. For our individual-based population dynamics, we survey 2 demographic plots annually. We just completed our 18th year of demographic surveys on both of those plots, and we have gathered data on around 4,000 captures of flat-tailed horned lizards, including 2,000 captures of individuals marked with pit tag. This mark recapture allows us to create an encounter history since 2008. Which has shown that we found lizards upwards of 11 years old, far exceeding their 4-year expected lifespan. Our results continue to show that the population trends have remained statistically consistent with a stable population. The estimated adult population size has increased since 2017, and continued monitoring improves our understanding of these population dynamics. It closes our confidence intervals and removes the variance in our models. Partnership across the species range allows us to compare management areas and look at the big picture for this population. Arizona Game and Fish manages the range-wide database and has completed many range-wide analysis to present data collected from those monitoring efforts at each management area. This provides insights to the ICC regarding the species status and methodological effectiveness. Data is also used to identify and mitigate sources of degradation or disturbance with continued demographic, and occupancy surveys, we improve that trend resolution. This also allows us to prioritize areas for intensive monitoring to determine whether observed declines are ongoing and to assess the efficacy of implemented interventions. Arizona Game and Fish continues to coordinate with members of the Pinacate Bios Reserve in Sonora and aid in surveys for the demographic plot. You pass it on your way out to Rocky Point. It's the singular site for flat-tailed demographic data in Mexico. Arizona Game and Fish has been assisting since before their first survey in 2016, and this data is important because a majority of the species range is in Mexico. You might have seen the quail call of Ryan O'Donnell and I while we were down there in September, and we were fortunate enough to speak with members of the Alto Golfo Reserve a little bit further west. We explored the possibility of establishing a demographic plot for them as well. This is a big success for the conservation of the species. Proper management in Arizona relies on data collected continuously across the entirety of the species range. Flat-tailed horned lizard populations are strongly influenced by their reproductive characteristics as egg-laying lizards. In partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, BLM, and Navy El Centro, we utilize ultrasound and VHF transmitters to locate female flat-tails in Yuma and California from 2021 to 2024. With 147 captures of females, we found an average clutch size of 4.8 eggs. This is the lowest of all horned lizards. Excitingly, though, we documented double clutching events in 2023 and 2024. These are years in which females can lay one batch of eggs and still have time to lay another before winter. These events greatly increase their population numbers, more so than doubling their output. If hatchlings from the first clutch emerge early enough, they may reproduce the following year. The frequency with which females produce two clutches is dependent on environmental conditions. To better understand factors that influence a species, we partnered with Marine Corps Air Station to complete this year's occupancy surveys alongside with environmental factors such as habitat, weather, predator, and ant colony surveys. These efforts not only deepen our scientific understanding, but provide foundation for effective conservation strategies through the drought as well. On the upper left side, I have a picture from March 2024 for the Yuma area, and just below that is the same time this year, with the main difference being rainfall. The reason drought plays such a large role is that it's tied to their primary food, those harvester ants. These are dependent on seeds, primarily from annual plants, which are then tied to specific rainfall patterns and pollinators. These year-to-year comparisons emphasize the importance of long-term monitoring, especially through those drought cycles. This helps us anticipate challenges and guide our conservation strategies. One of the exciting finds of those ant surveys is that with help from our colleagues at ASU, we confirmed the presence of 20 total ant species across those 300 traps we put out at our occupancy plots. Among them is an undescribed species of Vermisaur. We did find this species to be widespread. It occurred in 8 occupancy plots across Marine Corps Air Station and Bureau of Reclamation lands. But equally important, we found no evidence of invasive ant species. Invasives often disrupt food webs by outcompeting native ants for resources, and that can alter the soil process as well. This ant on the right is a photo from one of our specimens, and as opposed to other species of Vermisaur, it's missing what some describe as a tooth on its clypeus, that main face shield, just above its mandibles. But I'm sure most of you already noticed that anyways. As we approach next year, I'm happy to say that we've secured funding for our occupancy and demography to continue. This effort is necessary to ensure stable populations and prevent the species from warranting a higher protective status. Arizona Game and Fish, again, plays a large role across the species range. I have an ICC meeting next week where I'm going to share a lot of these successes and trends, including the exciting prospect of a new demography plot in Mexico. Before I end, I'd like to especially thank Region 4 staff of Yuma, Ryan Dow, Catherine Thompson, always lending a hand. Special thanks to the MOG and ICC members, Bureau of Reclamation, Marine Corps Air Station of Yuma. And in conclusion, this beautiful symbol of our sandy Sonoran desert areas has fostered a great amount of partnership and cooperation. This is bolstered by the continued effort of Arizona Game and Fish, and we hope that this remains an enjoyable site for those who can take a closer look. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Any comments or questions from the commissioners?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, Sky. Thank you. I support this research. I think the whole commission supports this. First of all, it's part of our mission, right? That's what we do for wildlife. But you touched on it a little bit, that if there is a claim that there is endangerment and we have to list this on the ESL or turns into a T&E discussion, Arizona Game and Fish always has the data. This is why this organization is one of the best in the country, if not the best in the country, because we do this kind of research. We do the hard science so that we have the facts when false claims or even supportive claims come along. You know, I've read the peer-studied reviews that have been put out on this. Great work, and congratulations to your team. Keep up that good work.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
I want to echo what Commissioner Guggenauer said. One of the things that struck me about your presentation is how many variables go into wildlife management. And especially in this, I mean, the pictures you have with regard to the desert one year versus the next, and then you issue the issue with regard to ants and then competing species or non-regular ants in that particular area. I don't think anybody has a concept of how many things you have to juggle and take into consideration and keep track of. And it's for something, the horned lizard in this little bitty corner of Arizona. I just think it's such an honorable undertaking, and it's something that this commission is very proud of the work Game and Fish does in these kind of things. So thank you for what you do.
I want to echo that, and I also really appreciate the partnership with Mexico. I think that is so valuable, not only for us, but for them, and also for the species. So thank you for that reach out and your detail. Very well done, and I really appreciate you very much. Oh, yes, please. Commissioner Kerr.
Sky, thank you for your presentation. And with regards to your partnership with Mexico, if you do go down to the the Reserva Grandaristo altar, I believe.
The Alto Golfo?
Yeah. Would you please keep us informed about that?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'd be very interested in it. Thank you.
You look like you're waiting for something to happen down there. Is there something we should know?
I just love that part of the country.
Oh, okay. All right.
I just really fell in love with the Cabeza Prieta.
Okay.
And the Pinacate lava flow is kind of dear to my heart. So.
Cool. Great. See, we are interested. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Sky.
Director?
Madam Chair, item 5, approve the Article 7 Heritage Grants 5-year rule review report for submission to the Governor's Regulatory Review Council, GERC. The presenter is Andrew Cavalcant, Habitat Partnership Committee Coordinator.
Hello, Andrew.
Hello. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission.
Good to see you.
You too. Yes, for the record, I'm Andrew Cavalcant. I'm the Habitat Partnership Committee Coordinator. Today I'll be discussing the Department's 5-year review of Article 7 Heritage Grants. All right, so first, why are we reviewing Article 7? Well, it's required every 5 years under the Arizona Administrative Procedure Act, and failure to do so will, failure to submit or extend a review on time causes the rules to expire. Now, the Governor's Regulatory Review Council is the oversight body that manages the 5-year review deadlines and approves the 5-year reports. And so what's the main purpose of reviewing this? Well, most importantly is to ensure that rules remain current and effective, to identify and address potential issues before problems arise, and to assemble and preserve institutional knowledge, and obviously to prevent the rules from expiring under statute. All right, so here's just a quick overview of the 5-year rule process. First, GERC will notify the department of a 5-year review, and once the department is notified, the department will assemble a review team. This review team will conduct a thorough review and will gather stakeholder and internal input, examine article for clarity, necessity, and enforceability. We'll develop recommendations for amendment, repeal, or future rulemaking if necessary, and then we'll draft a 5-year review report. This 5-year review report is reviewed by our executive staff and then by the commission, is why we're here today. And then finally, if approved, will be submitted to GERC for final approval. All right, so I'd like to thank every member and everyone who helped with this 5-year review report. This takes some time, and this is not a part of our normal job duties. And so we have Marianne Cox as our sponsor, me as a team lead. We have Christopher Dean as the Rules and Policy Administrator. We also have our team members of Brian Hickerson, Eric Proctor, and Vanessa Bildo. And we also have Linda Pollock as our Assistant Attorney General. All right, so Article 7, what is heritage grants? Well, back in 1990, there was a voter initiative which established a heritage fund, and that was to be supported by the Arizona lottery revenues. Then back in 1992, the department established a heritage grant program, and this is to provide competitive grants to public agencies, wildlife conservation organizations, and nonprofit groups, and this is to support projects that benefit Arizona's wildlife, habitats, and conservation education. It's a very short article. There's only 2 sections. You have 701, which is just the key definitions, and we have 702, which gives the Heritage Grant Fund requirements. Now, the department did have an internal comment period, and this was from April 25th, 2025 to May 23rd, 2025. And during this period, we did not receive any comments on the rule. Here's just a quick overview of the team findings. We found that the rules are clear, concise, and understandable, that the rules are enforceable and effective, that the cost of the rule is minimum to the public, and the team found a recommendation of no change to the rule as written. So next steps. If approved by the commission, we will go ahead and draft or submit a draft 5-year report to GERC, and then in March, GERC will do a detailed review during their study session, and then in April, hopefully this will be brought to GERC's council meeting for final approval. If the commission is ready, I have a recommendation.
Yes, please, go ahead. Thank you.
So the department recommends that the commission vote to approve the Article 7 5-year review report for submission to the Governor's Regulatory Review Council.
Do I have a recommendation?
So moved.
Second? Second. Thank you so much. Any discussion or comments? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? And we pass 5-0. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Madam
Director?
Chair, item 6, approve the notice of exempt rulemaking amending rules within Article 8, general provisions in wildlife area and other department managed property restrictions. Presenter is Aaron Black Bear Hartzell, Regional Supervisor, Pine Top.
I love it. Hi, Aaron.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and I'm not sure that I deserve that title. There's other folks maybe in the region that do, but not myself. So anyways, good morning. Like was mentioned, I'm Aaron Hartzell. I'm the regional supervisor out of Pine Top, and in this case, I'm the team lead for the Article 8 Wildlife Area Rule Review process that we've been undertaking in rulemaking. I just wanted to send a shout out to the team members here that have helped kind of lead through this thing. Abby Coleman, we have representatives from all over the department, a lot of different work units here. Christopher Dean, Hannah Griscom, Jim Ruff, Matt Schwarzkopf, Nathan Fife, Trevor Karen, and Wayne Jones, and then our sponsor Clay Crowder, and then our general counsel is Jim Odenkirk through this process. All right, just a real brief timeline review. We brought this to the commission in September, kind of to open up the actual rulemaking part. We had a public comment period in September 12th to October 12th, and now we're meeting here today for the final rulemaking piece of this. So total during that open public comment period, we had a total of 9 comments. Only 4 of those were related to Article 8, and the other comments had to do there was a couple with fishing regulations and allowable equipment and other things that didn't apply to the rule here. So, but we did address all of the comments anyway. So here's the comments that had to do with Article 8 here. The first one, there was an individual that had concern with allowing vehicular access onto the Lamar Haynes Wildlife Area. As we looked at that, the Lamar Haynes is a gated wildlife area, so it is a lock gate, and so there's very little access to start with. The only people with vehicular access are those that can get a free fuel wood cutting permit through our Flagstaff office, and that only comes out to about 10 a year. And then that combination's changed, so they only have access for that period of time. We've never had a complaint about people taking advantage or going beyond what they were allowed to do in there. And it is a highly used wildlife area as well, with just general public hiking and stuff like that. So just because of where it is. And so we are going to bring up the issue at the next Forest Service coordination meeting and just make sure they're on the same page and they're still in agreement, because if they go beyond our wildlife area, they can access the Forest Service land and lands beyond that. So we'll just make sure that we're still all on the same page as we go forward on that. But otherwise, no changes were made there. The second comment had to do with concern with blanketed restrictions of public vehicle access. Nothing in this article changed anything about vehicle access. We didn't change any rules in regards to that. All we did was, through the creation of a general provision section, we moved some of the language around, but as far as the practicality of how we changed or addressed any vehicle access, we didn't change anything there as a part of the team. The third comment was a desire to be able to hunt waterfowl on a portion of Fool Hollow Wildlife Area. The team did address that in the draft rule language, and we did a modification to the types of firearms that are restricted there to allow some waterfowl hunting in the future. And then the last comment was a single comment with 3 recommendations. And those 3 recommendations were for uniform signage, which the team's working on currently to try to get uniform signage across all the wildlife areas. It talked about including quiet hours for sensitive species. And although the Article 8 does not include any hour restrictions, we do close certain portions of our wildlife areas seasonally, and as opposed to just throughout a day period, to address the same thing. So we do address that within our current rules. And then they also recommended creating an online map so the public can go and understand what the rules are for each of these. We do currently have an online map for our wildlife areas. It is not all inclusive. And so the team's intention is to work with them, and nor does it include the rules currently for all the wildlife areas. So the team's intention is to work with some of our other folks to try to incorporate some of those suggestions there as well. So. And then we had a couple other stakeholder comments that the team took into consideration through this process. There was a comment received related to e-bikes or electric bicycles and their increase in popularity. And it was felt that those should be addressed in this rule because the current rule language did not include anything having to do with e-bikes. As the team looked into it, we recognized that e-bike sales quadrupled from 2019 to 2022, and then projections is that the market may double again by 2030 up to like $100 billion industry. And so with some of those increases, the team felt that it was important to add this into Article 8, and so we did. We added it with motor vehicles as part of the rule to help manage what the future of that may look like. And then this is also consistent with how many other land management agencies manage e-bikes, so it's consistent with the Forest Service, state parks, and BLM currently. So. And then the other thing that we addressed kind of between the draft and today is Region 6 did not feel that any restrictions to archery target shooting were needed at this time. And so we pulled the language out. We had in the draft language, we had that archery target shooting was restricted to only designated areas at these 3 wildlife areas. And because we don't feel that we'll have those designated areas, we didn't want to add that restriction at this time. So kind of just a summary of changes. Most of the changes, although there's a substantial amount when you look at how the actual restructuring of the article is going to look. There's a lot of them, but most of them are all administrative in nature, and they don't change any of the intent or content of the article. Work was done to reduce a lot of redundancy that was found and ensure the rule was as clear as possible for the public to understand. And then adding a general provision section under 802 resulted in changes to all of the individual wildlife area rules, which reduced the overall length of the rules substantially. So the substantive changes are kind of outlined here, and we touched on them a little bit before, but we added a general provision section, which is going to make it much easier for the public to understand what's allowable on the commission wildlife areas. We did include electric bicycles with motor vehicles to address their travel on wildlife areas. We clarified that waterfowl hunting, as opposed to all hunting, is closed seasonally at the Chevelon Creek Wildlife Area. We changed the firearm restrictions at Fool Hollow Wildlife Area on there. And then the last one, we added rules to the Santa Rita Wildlife Area to be consistent with the MOU between the Board of Regents and the Commission. So next steps. So we're here in December taking this notice of exempt rulemaking to you all. And then the next step would be going through the governor's office, getting permission, and then filing the final rule with the Secretary of State's office. So with that, are there any questions?
Questions, comments? Commissioner Guggenauer?
Madam Chair, thank you. Regional Supervisor Hartzell, thank you for this presentation. You know, you make the Article 8 a lot easier for the public to understand, but you also make it a lot easier for the commission to understand. So on behalf of all of us, thank you. The one public comment letter from the gentleman who recognized the general provisions was a big deal, streamlined the whole document, made it easier to understand. He was spot on. I agree with the letter that we received from that constituent. But more importantly, as we went through this whole process now, following this, you know, the public has been engaged. There's the signage question came up in previous meetings when you presented. Your team has handled all of those very well. I'm very happy with the end product here, and I think GERC is going to be very appreciative too with the streamlining of the effects. So thank you, and pass that along to your team.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I agree, absolutely. Other questions, comments? I have a comment, and thank you so much for including the electric bikes. And I know when I was up at SHOT Show, there is a company now that has come out with silenced electronic bikes, so that for the hunters and the people out there that it's more quiet, and they're thinking that that's going to resolve the issue. But I also think it's just like with OHVs, it's the disruption that the animals go through and the whole area goes through. So thank you so much for including that. And I really like it being more concise, and the duplicity is gone too. So thank you so much. And I can't even imagine the time that you all have spent doing this. So thanks for your time, and please thank the team for us as well.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Madam Chair.
Did I have another question? Okay. Do you have a recommendation?
I do. The department recommends that the commission vote to approve the final exempt rulemaking, amending rules within Article 8 wildlife areas and department property.
So moved.
Second? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time and your energy put into this.
Yeah, thank you all.
Director?
Madam Chair, I'm told that we can do item 7 in 10 minutes, but we're about 10 minutes out from our time certain. So that really depends on how much coffee y'all had as to what you want to do, if you want to take a break or move through that one.
Let's take a break.
Okay.
I had a secret message in my here to the right. So okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Please be back at 10 o'clock.
Sorry, Christopher.
Director Finley.
Madam Chair, that brings us to our time certain item 8, which is hearings on license revocations for violations of game and fish codes and civil assessments for the illegal taking and or possession of wildlife. The presenter is Gene Elms, Law Enforcement Branch Chief.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Commissioner Hernandez, nice for you to join us. The Department would like the record to show that each of the cases the Commission may consider today have been reviewed
It has been determined that the cases meet the criteria established in Arizona Revised Statutes 17-238, 17-245, 17-314, 17-340, 17-362, 17-363, and/or 17-502 for commission action. The record should reflect that the commission and the respondents have been provided with copies of the original court documents and case reports prepared by the officers, along with all other pertinent material in each of these cases. All of these exhibits may be considered by the commission in order to make a final determination in each of these cases. Please note each individual is legally noticed for today's hearing. I'll read the names of the individuals who were noticed for the hearing. If you are present, could you please verbally indicate as such for the record? Kyle Berger. Nicholas Plank. Nicholas Plank is present. Sean Plank. Sean Plank is present. Isaac Gonzalez. Eric Ayala. David Cocking. David Cocking is present. Fernando Martinez. Gianni Valenzuela. Jacob Lee Silva. Jacob Silva is present. The civil assessment process is not intended to be punitive, but is a process allowing the commission to recover financial damage and compensate the state for any lost wildlife. Hunter education requirements are imposed as a remedial measure to increase knowledge and prevent future violations, and not as punishment. The department is ready to present these cases for possible revocation and/or civil assessment action and have the commission take jurisdiction.
Madam Chair, I move that we take jurisdiction.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And it passes 5-0. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if it's okay with the commission, I'm going to introduce three cases, Nicholas Plank, Sean Plank, and Jacob Lee Silva. They're all part of the same incident and investigation. So I'll introduce those case summaries. That will allow the commission just to have one conversation with these folks instead of doing them one at a time.
Is that all right with the commission? Okay.
Okay, first case is Nicholas Plank, docket number 2025-0033. Out of Oracle, Arizona. Conviction summary, charge count A, take deer after hours. Count B, take deer with artificial light. Count C, possess unlawfully taken deer. Count D, false reporting to law enforcement. It's the Copper Corridor Justice Court. All counts were dismissed except C, which is possess unlawfully taken deer, through a plea agreement, which was sentenced and fined $330 community restitution for 24 hours and to be completed by July 10, 2025, 12 months of unsupervised probation on April 10, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation license take wildlife pursuant to AR 17-340, require completion on our education course pursuant to AR 17-245, shared civil damages no less than $3,852.38 for one mule deer pursuant to AR 17-314. Case summary: on May 12, 2024, Officer Mark Freeberg received an anonymous tip from the Operation Game Thief hotline that someone had possibly killed a deer and left it in the back of a Dodge pickup owned by Jacob Silva. During the investigation, Officer Freeberg discovered that Nicholas Plank, Jacob Silva, and others were out spotlighting with firearms near Oracle on Sunday, May 12, 2024. Both Plank and Silva admitted that Silva had shot the mule deer doe while spotlighting and left the carcass in the field. Initially, Plank denied any knowledge of the deer being taken. However, further investigation, including follow-up interviews with Silva and other individuals, confirmed Plank was present when Silva shot the deer with a .38 revolver. Plank later admitted to being present, and he also admitted to cutting the back straps off the deer for Silva and placing him underneath the back seat of his truck. The incident occurred in the presence of other individuals, including Plank's father, Sean Plank, who was also cited and later admitted to providing false information. Corresponding case, 2025-0034, Sean Plank. The wildlife in this case was left to waste in the field and the back strap spoiled in the truck. Time spent 60 hours. Next case, Docket number 2025-0034, name of Sean Plank from Oracle, Arizona. Conviction summary, count A, take deer after hours. Count B, take deer with artificial light. Count C, false reporting to a peace officer. Copper Corridor was the Justice Court, took a plea agreement of guilty on count B, take deer with artificial light. Sentenced to pay a fine of $330, community service for 24 hours to be completed by July 10th, 2025, and 12 months of unsupervised probation. Date of conviction was April 10, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, require completion on our education course pursuant to ARS 17245. Shared civil damage is no less than $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer pursuant to ARS 17314. The case summary is identical to the previous. The last one in this group is Jacob Silva, 2025-0049 is the docket number. He's located in Benson, Arizona. Conviction summary, citation B343805. Count A, take mule deer without a license. Count B, take mule deer without a tag. Count C, take mule deer after hours. Count D, take mule deer with artificial light. Count E, take mule deer during a closed season. Citation B3806, count A, possess unlawfully taken mule deer. Count G, waste edible game meat. Count C, take mule deer in violation of Title 17. The court's the Copper Corridor. Through a plea agreement, he pled guilty to count D, take mule deer with artificial light, that occurred on September 11, 2025. Sentenced to pay a fine of $450. Actions to be considered: revocation license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, require completion on our education course pursuant to ARS 17245. Shared civil damage is no less than $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer pursuant to ARS 17314. All Nicholas, Sean, and Jacob are present today, as is the case officer. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Chief Elms. No, we would like to hear from the individuals first. So I don't know if you want to come up singularly or as a group. Your choice.
Madam Chair, maybe just for the ease of process, we can hear them in order, starting with Nicholas.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So what I'd just like to say is that night, whenever we were out, my father was with us and everything, but what happened was we went to a corral, and me and Jacob, I was with Jacob that night, in the backseat of his truck, and we had to open and close the gate, and they were waiting for us in their Jeep, and the whole thing of the night was just to go out there and drive a back road. We never talked about killing a deer. That's beyond me to even take wildlife like that. And when we got there was a deer. I didn't know this because I was in the back seat. I couldn't see anything. And my dad's Jeep was parked like this. And like I said, I can't see the deer, but the deer was over here. And when Jacob pulled up, his headlights were on the deer. And he just got out of the truck, didn't say anything, and just shot the deer. And we carried on throughout the night and everything. But the main reason why I ended up helping him take the back straps out is because I did 4-H for 6 years, and I can't see a deer going to waste and being spoiled like that because it's edible meat. And so that was my fault for doing that and aiding him with that and everything. I ended up, like, this whole thing I learned a lot from, and I definitely don't think that I ever want to do, like, it shouldn't have happened. So.
Thank you. Sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that night we were out on Mother's Day night, taking a drive in the desert. We usually do that. The kids had opened the gate. Me and my wife drove into the corrals, and Charlie Gloucester corrals, and a deer crossed in front of my Jeep, which I was running LED lights, and I didn't know that was considered a form of spotlighting. And the deer was out of my picture. Jacob Silva pulled up catty-corner to me about 20 feet behind my Jeep, just jumped down and started shooting. My wife started yelling at him, asking him what the heck he was doing. And my son said he went and helped him cut the back straps out of the deer. I lied to the officer because my son was working as a Pinal County detention officer, and I was trying to save his job. And as that, I talking to the officer 3 times. The 3rd time I called it back and told him the whole truth of what was going on. I felt really bad about it. Thank you.
Commissioner Guggenauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for both of you. The court for community restitution and the unsupervised probation, have you completed the restitution?
Yes, sir.
And the probation is going as planned?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the evening you were out there, you're going for this ride, were you hunting?
No, we were not hunting. I've been hunting for 36 years. I'm 50 years old now, and my dad would kick my butt just to take a deer out of season. I had a hunting fishing license all throughout my whole life. I put in for my deer hunts, my elk hunts and stuff like that, along with my son. We went through a hunter education course, and we're just out there for a nightly Mother's Day ride in a Jeep.
So in our data, we read about jackrabbits. But
We didn't shoot nothing. I have not shot anything at night.
okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments right now?
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Nicholas, you still working for the Pinal County detention facility?
No, sir. I lost my job.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments, Jeff? Okay. Shall we hear from the officer? Oh, okay, Jacob. Thank you.
I don't really know what to say. I made a really dumb, immature decision. Truly, I do regret it. I don't know. I just going out there making stupid decisions. I guess trying to show off. I don't really know, honestly. I'm sorry, I'm super nervous right now. I'm not very good at talking, so, I did shoot the deer, and I do regret that all the time, honestly. I don't go fishing, I don't do none of that anymore. I just surround myself with work. I messed up big time. But everybody's lives and everybody's jobs, and just to be an idiot for one night, so yeah.
Every decision has a consequence, either good or bad.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being here.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is directed at the 3 of y'all. I look at this case, and Officer Freeberg, he's been doing it a long time, very long time. He's very well respected. He spent 60 hours on this case. And I realize there may have been other folks doing that, but you don't have to ever talk to the police, but by God, if you're going to talk to them, don't lie to them. Do not lie to them. And that's not only for the 3 of you, but for all of us here, me included. They're doing their job. They're doing a tough job, and there's no reason. This should have taken an hour and a half, and you guys could have all been cited. Actually, what you could have done is just called and said, "Hey, we made a mistake," and stopped it right then and there. You may still be here, but we'd be looking at each and every one of you a lot differently. But doggone it, you cannot lie to the cops, and these guys are officers just like anybody else. And so the work you made him do for this took him away from jobs that, he and his other officers may have had to be doing somewhere else. It may have been much more important or much more, safety oriented than this. So that's my comment and that's my concern. And I hope I agree with you with regard to the mistakes you've made, but if you take anything away from this, I'm hoping the three of you will take the fact that you don't lie to the police. You just don't. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
please.
thank you. Just to kind of follow up on that comment, what is really troubling here, I guess, is you remove the back straps, you wrap them up in something, but then you throw them under the seat of the truck, and they eventually go bad as well. So not only do you leave the deer out there to waste away, I mean, there's much more to eat on a deer than there is back straps. And so, I mean, that is just waste of our wildlife. And that wildlife belongs to the state of Arizona, to the people in the state of Arizona. And so that's where your violation is. And Sean and Nicholas, we're gonna talk about a shared civil assessment here. And I think that's appropriate here. You may determine that since you shot it and you're owning up to that, you may pay the civil assessment since you're the one who actually shot. But if he doesn't, you guys are on the hook for the shared amount that you're going to be assessed here. So, I mean, it is just abhorrent to hear stories like this. I mean, I hope all of you learn a good lesson from this. This is just not appropriate for wildlife in the state of Arizona. Thank you.
We would like to hear from the officer. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning.
Good morning.
Any questions?
Do you want to recap?
No, I don't thanks, Madam Chair. I don't need a recap, but I do have a question just on general, how cooperative were the three individuals with you?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, although there was a lot of false information in the statements, they were fairly cooperative in meeting with us, scheduling time with us, and showing respect to us as officers.
Yes. Anything else? Okay. Okay. Anything else to add to the case that will help us make a decision?
I would add that there was later that night, there was a traffic stop with Pinal County, and Pinal County pulled one of the vehicles over. Excuse me. There was multiple firearms in that vehicle, including AR-15 and multiple pistols. So I do believe there was intent when they went out to go shoot animals.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Madam Chair, Officer, did you confirm that it was the .38 that was used as a weapon? Because that sounds pretty remarkable to me.
It does, and it did to us also. But that's what was in the statements and corroborated by a lot of different individuals.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks. And thanks, Officer Freeberg. I appreciate your time. You don't have any other questions, Ian? I've got. Okay. First of all, Jacob, how old are you?
I'm going to be 23 in February.
23.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Comment number one, good shot, I guess. Good marksmanship skills, but bad judgment. and this goes to all of you. You know, part of being a man is owning up to your mistakes. And I appreciate the fact that you did that here today, but the other part is actually learning from them.
Yes, sir.
There's nobody here, none of the three of you would do again what happened that night. I know if you could change history, you'd go back and not do what you did. Even if you didn't control what Jacob did, you'd probably change your behavior since. And you probably wouldn't jump out and just start shooting. I understand that. But here's the deal. None of us can go back and change that. You know, you killed a deer, as I think, as Commissioner Guggenauer said, is actually property of the state of Arizona and the people of the state. It was out of season. It was at night. It was a doe. We don't even know if there was a fawn or not, or if she had a fetus inside of her. You know, because it was in May, well out of what we normally consider a hunting season. And then you left the vast majority of the meat to waste, and the backstraps that you did save went bad. All a bunch of bad stuff. And none of you can go back and change that. And, you know, I don't know exactly what the commission is going to do here. You can't control that either. But you can control one thing, and that's going to be your attitude. What's going to be your attitude when you look back on this experience, what you did, what you learned from it, and how do you move forward? And I'd suggest that if you have a good attitude, the next 5 years, I don't know if you're going to have a hunting license in the next 3 years or the next 4 years, but certainly you'll have an opportunity beyond that, 10 years down the road. And what I hope you do is look back on this and use it as an opportunity to teach others and learn from yourself, but that's all going to be controlled by your attitude. If you blame Officer Freeberg or you blame us for what you did, you're probably not going to have a good experience over the next number of years. So I'd ask you to reflect on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Kerr?
Gentlemen, thank you for being here today. One of the points that I agree with everything else that's been said here today, but one of the things that resonates with me is that hunting and fishing is an honorable pursuit, and we all know that as conservationists. But when something like this happens, this is the sort of thing that is used by certain groups to be held against lawful, legal hunting. And I'd like you to think about how that represents, the people who legally and really do love this pursuit. And, one of the biggest complaints is, I'm sure the whole department and the commission gets is, I can't get drawn. I can't get drawn. And when you reduce the population this way, just makes it worse. So like Commissioner Buchanan said, you didn't know if that doe had a fawn or, so with that, I'd just like you to think about the way you represent wildlife conservation and hunting when things like this happen. So, and like Commissioner Buchanan said, I hope you look at this as a learning, and that well, it sounds like you have, but thank you for coming up and speaking with us. Madam Chair.
Any other comments? I need a recommended motion, please.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Please.
I'll just clarify, Gene, we'll have 3 individual motions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I move that the license or license privileges of Nicholas Q. Plank to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years, that the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director, that he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state, that the department be directed to collect civil damages or bring civil action against Nicholas Q. Plank to collect a shared amount of $3,852.38 for the loss of 1 mule deer. And I further move that the director or secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And it passes 5-0. Thank you for your time and thank you for being here. Chief?
Madam Chair?
Oh, yes.
We have 2 more.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 more.
So, Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Please.
I move that the license or license privileges of Sean R. Plank to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years, that the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Sean R. Plank to collect the shared amount of $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer. And I further move that the director as secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
I have a motion. I need a second, please.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. And it passes 5-0. And lastly, who wants to do the last one? Silva? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kerr?
Madam Chair,
Thank you.
I move that the license and/or license privileges of Jacob Lee Silva to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied for a period of 5 years, that the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date of the order in this case as signed by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in the state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Jacob Lee Silva to collect the shared amount of $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer. And I further move that the director, as secretary of the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
I have a motion. I need a second, please.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 5-0. Thank you. Chief Helms?
Madam Chair, the next case is docket number 2025-0037, name of David Cocking from Taylor, Arizona. Conviction summary, count A, take wildlife with unlawful device, trail camera. Courts of Flagstaff Justice Court plea on count A is guilty. Court accepted the plea. Sentenced to pay a fine of $379 on March 31st, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation of license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340. Require completion under education course pursuant to ARS 17245. Case summary: on August 10, 2024, Arizona Game and Fish Department Officer Justin Espino received a report concerning multiple trail cameras placed on a salt block along a two-track road northeast of Hawk Tank in Game Management 4B. On the trail cameras at the site had the name Dave Cocking etched into them. Cocking was a known Arizona Game and Fish volunteer who had previously worked with Officer Benny. He had informed Benny of his plans to hunt in Game Management 4B and camp on the west side of Forest Road 170 near Hawk Tank. On August 23, 2024, the opening day of the over-the-counter deer hunt, Officer Benny conducted a routine camp check along Forest Road 170. During the check, he made contact with both David Hocking and Guadalupe Gloria, who was in possession of a valid over-the-counter deer tag and turkey tag. Both individuals admitted they were actively hunting in the area. Officer Benny then requested assistance from Arizona Game and Fish investigator Justin Espino to monitor and respond to the trail camera site. Investigator Espino located two trail cameras placed approximately 10 to 15 yards off of the two-track road. The cameras were positioned facing each other with multiple salt and mineral blocks situated between them. Approximately 30 yards west of the salt site, Espino found an active tree stand facing towards the baited area. Investigator Espino installed surveillance cameras in the area and captured images showing both Cocking and Gloria interacting with the trail camera lock boxes. On one occasion, Cocking was photographed using the tree stand to hunt. During subsequent interviews conducted by Arizona Game and Fish officers, both Cocking and Gloria admitted to placing the trail cameras in the field, reviewing images captured on the camera, hunting in the same area where the cameras were placed, and being aware that using trail cameras to the aid in the take of wildlife was prohibited. On September 9, 2024, Arizona Game and Fish officers served search warrants on Cocking's campsite. Multiple trail cameras, SD cards, and other card readers were seized. Through interviews with Cocking, officers learned that additional cameras placed on Elk Trail and salt blocks near Grapevine Pothole, approximately 3.5 miles north on Forest Road 170. Officer Espino later located and seized 2 more operational trail cameras at that site, along with one of the originally reported cameras. All cameras were active with batteries and SD cards installed in them at the time of seizure. There are no corresponding cases, no wildlife was taken. Time spent 134 hours. David Cocking is present and wishes to speak to the commission, and Case Officer Espino is also present. Do you have any questions for me?
Do we have any questions for the chief? Okay. We'll hear from Mr. Cocking. Thank you.
I was wrong. I talked to Matt. Matt's a good officer. Matt came to the camp and volunteered every information he wanted to know. I had worked with Matt on some volunteer projects, putting some water monitoring systems in. Matt was a good friend. Matt was very professional when he came to the camp. Said he would write my citation, and I accepted it, and I went to camp. Several years ago, I was a volunteer with the Game and Fish. Did that for 3 years. I would like to keep my fishing license. As of right now, I'm blind in one eye. Really can't see to go hunting anymore, but I would like to still take my grandsons fishing. But I was wrong.
Thank you for your words. Any comments or questions yet for Mr. Cocking?
I do.
Go ahead. Commissioner Hernandez.
Mr. Cocking, you're quite a different sort of person to stand up in front of us than what we see regularly over my last 5 years. I want to thank you for what you've done for Game and Fish. I really want to thank you for your honesty with the officer. As I said earlier, they shouldn't be having to go on wild goose chases, so to speak, to get to the bottom of something. And I think that shows. I do want to tell you, though, and you indicated you knew this, but a couple of us on this commission today were here when we made the decision to ban all trail cameras. And it wasn't an easy decision. And it wasn't something that was made lightly, and more importantly, there was a lot of pushback and a lot of disagreement about that. But we made that decision, and I appreciate you telling us honestly that you knew about it. But it isn't something that was done lightly. It was done, after a lot of discussion and a lot of research by the department and our folks to make that determination. So I want you to know why we're concerned with regard to using trail cameras. But I do appreciate your integrity and honesty with the officer and coming here today.
Yeah, Matt's a good guy.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Kerr.
Good morning.
Morning.
And thank you for coming in, and thank you for your volunteer work. It shows a love of the resource. And, we need that sort of volunteer work. And but at the same time, like the previous case, I think it's really important that we as sportsmen hold ourselves accountable. And so therefore, it's really difficult because as a volunteer for many years myself, it's really hard to, like Commissioner Hernandez says, you're not the type of person that we normally would see here, but thank you for your honesty. But at the same time, I think it's really important that we as sportsmen hold ourselves accountable. So thank you for your cooperation. And
you're welcome.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just comments, not really a question, but I'd ask you to think about what I said to our previous people that stood up about what they learned from this and think back and attitude. Here's the issue that I have with your situation. When, we've seen a lot of revocations. Obviously, I have not seen as many as the three commissioners and our chair to my left, but when I look at these different cases, I group them artificially into three different groups. And one group is the people who have no clue that they were doing something wrong, and a lot of times it's a matter of incompetence. They did something, they were incompetent, didn't even know they committed a violation. The next group, and honestly, I'd group at least two of the three from our last case into that, are somebody that do something wrong in the heat of the moment, but then dig in and reinforce it by lying about it or making it worse. And then the last group of people are somebody who knew the difference between right and wrong and intended to set out to do the wrong thing in the first place. I really do appreciate you taking responsibility and coming forward, but I can't get over the fact that you knew that we didn't allow trail cameras in this state, yet you put them out. And it was an intent to do the wrong thing from the get-go. So I'm deeply concerned about that. I hope you think about that and how, that example teaches others, good and bad, and maybe you can learn from that as you move forward.
Thank you. Did we want to hear from the officer? Yes. Officer Espino? Thank you, sir, for being here.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, good morning.
Good morning. Could you give us a brief overview?
Yes, so just a point of clarification. The case officer was Officer Matt Binney in this case, and I had a big part in the investigation. Officer Binney no longer works for our department, works for county department now. So, yeah, the case summary was accurate. We investigated these trail cameras and determined that these cameras were used in the aid to take a wildlife. And all of the evidence that we collected and seized tend to show that. And the intent was clear on the use of trail cameras.
Thank you. Any questions for the officer?
Madam Chair, I do.
Please.
Officer, I don't know if the conversation with you, as I read through here, Ms. Cocking was having a conversation with a wildlife manager about the rules pertaining to trail cameras and baiting. This was, seemed like almost relevant to the case because this is going on while he's asking this question. Could you clarify that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, yes. Other department officers have spoken with Mr. Cocking regarding the laws, specifically when the trail camera law took effect and what was allowed and what was not allowed pertaining that law. And so there had been multiple conversations with multiple wildlife managers about the legality of using cameras.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions? I need a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, but Mr. Cocking, I'd like to, before I read this, I'd like you to think about this. I wish you would have been thinking about your grandchildren when you were putting the bait and putting the cameras out there, because it might have changed the action that you have taken there. So I move that the license or license privileges of David L. Cocking to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date of the order in this case assigned by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. And I further move that the director or secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
I have a motion. I need a second, please.
Second.
I have a second, a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Madam Chair, can I make another comment?
Yes, you can.
So this is not particular to this case, but I do have, I've seen a lot of citations for use of trail cameras in our state, and this is more of a public service announcement. There isn't a difference between using trail cameras on private land, on public land. It's illegal in our state if you use those trail cameras in order to help you take wildlife, which doesn't mean you actually even have to shoot it. If you're out there pursuing wildlife, that could be a take violation. So please stay in contact with and understand what our laws are. And this is not to say that trail cameras are a problem everywhere. You know, I mean, if you're in Alabama and you can shoot a deer a day there because they have an overpopulation, that's just a very different set of circumstances than we have here. This is the decision that the commission made a number of years ago, given the context of wildlife in our state. So please follow the laws.
Thank you. Chief Elms.
Madam Chair, the next case is docket 2025-0030, name of Kyle Burgett, Yuma, Arizona 85364. Conviction summary, count A, take mule deer during closed season. The courts of Welton Justice Court, plea on count A is guilty. Court accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $565.40 on June 2nd, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation of license to take wildlife pursuant to RS 17340, require completion on our education course pursuant to RS 17245, civil damages no less than $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer pursuant to ARS 17314. Mr. Burgett is not present, but he did send a letter, which I have, you guys have told me you have seen. Case Officer Mike Rice is also present. Would you like me to read the case summary?
Did you want to have Chief Elms read the summary? No, thank you, sir. But we would like to hear from the officer. Thank you. Thank you, Officer Rice.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission.
Good morning.
Any
Give
questions?
us a brief overview.
Yeah, so on the morning of December 31st of this year, or excuse me, January 31st, I received an OGT call about an individual that had harvested a deer in Game Management Unit 41. Game Management Unit 41 had an archery season that was ongoing, but it had closed due to reaching the harvest limit on Wednesday the 29th. So it is now closed for any additional take of mule deer.
Great. Questions? Okay.
Just,
Buchanan.
thank you, Madam Chair. Just a broad, and this is for education for the entire public. Can you walk us through how over-the-counter deer seasons work here, reaching harvest limits? What's the responsibility of the hunter? When do we make a decision in the department? And when does it get posted for that an area might be closed?
Okay. In 2022, we imposed a harvest limit for the archery hunts for over-the-counter deer statewide. And we set those harvest limits every year based on the number of deer that are taken in a specific unit. That gives us a lot more control over how many deer are harvested through archery versus other weapon types. Responsibility for the hunter is that within 48 hours of a harvest, they need to call in and report that harvest. And then once that harvest limit is reached for a unit, the unit will close to any additional take the following Wednesday once that trigger's been met.
What's the responsibility then of the hunter?
So the responsibility of the hunter is to check to make sure that the unit is still open for additional harvest. And the reason that we had that every Wednesday is so that a hunter that may not have reliable phone connection knows that at least once a week they need to come in and check and make sure that the unit is still open.
Good.
Instead of having to do it more or less on a daily basis.
And they can do that by telephone or computer, correct?
Yeah, by telephone. We also have a website that has that information.
And in an area like I live in Unit 35B, we have both whitetail and mule deer. We have different harvest thresholds. Is that
Correct. It's species specific. So if there are a white-tailed and a mule deer population that are managed differently in a unit, they would have a harvest threshold for both whitetail and mule deer. For Unit 41, we don't have any whitetail in there, so it's just one threshold for Unit 41.
Commissioner Kerr?
Madam Chair, Officer Rice, thank you for being here this morning. Can you tell us what was the date that the harvest limit was reached in that unit prior to the Wednesday that it closed?
Yeah, I'm not sure when the last deer was harvested that triggered the threshold, but it was before the 29th.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Commissioner Hernandez.
I've got two questions, Officer, and I appreciate what you've done here. The first is what date was this deer actually taken?
The deer in question was taken on January 31st.
Okay, so 2 days later. Is
Yes.
that right? And then I think I heard this from someone, but had this unit ever reached its limit like it did this time before?
No, typically for the archery harvest in Game Management Unit 41, we're somewhere between 5 and 10 deer. The threshold is 30, but due to the extreme drought we were experiencing, deer were very susceptible to individuals sitting on water. And very available to hunt or harvest. And that's what we saw a substantially higher harvest across all of our units down there that year, earlier this year.
And I know I said I only had two, but I have one more. And Mr. Burgett actually had a valid tag. It's just that the season had closed. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I look at your summary, and unlike the other cases we've seen, you spent 5 hours on this versus 60 or 130 hours on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And the majority of that was actually taking care of the deer carcass for donation afterwards. It was the investigation part was about half an hour long.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Officer. I appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? All right, I need a motion, please.
I'll make it.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Madam Chair, I move that the license and/or license privileges of Kyle B. Burgett to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 1 year. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. I am skipping intentionally the reference to civil damages in my recommendation.
Okay.
And I further move that the director, as secretary of the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second, please?
Madam Chair, Mr. Odenkirk, can we get an input on that? Can we waive the civil assessment here?
Commissioners, yes, you can decide not to impose a civil penalty. If you do impose a civil penalty, it has to be for the statutory minimum.
Okay, so we can do the 1 year revocation without the civil assessment?
Correct.
Okay.
Was the motion read properly then, or do we have to reread it? Mentioning.
No, I believe it was read properly.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
I
good.
second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so it's 4-1, and it moves forward. All right, Chief Helms.
Madam Chair, we have 4 dockets remaining. All 4 of them are involved in the same case. None of them are present. We can take them individually, or I can, since nobody is here, or we can open them all up. So,
Open them all.
Package them all up.
all right. Oops. First case, docket 2025-0035, the name of Isaac Daniel Gonzalez out of Phoenix, Arizona. Conviction summary, charge count A, take mule deer without a license. Count B, take mule deer with artificial light. Count C, possess unlawfully taken mule deer. Count D, take mule deer without a permit. Count E, take mule deer after hours. The court's the Desert Ridge Justice Court. Court offered a plea agreement on guilty on count C. All other counts were dismissed. The court accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $300 on June 9, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, require completion hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245, civil damage and no less than $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer pursuant to ARS 17314. Would you like me to read the case summary?
No, thank you.
Okay. Next case is docket number 2025-0036, the name of Eric Ayala from Peoria, Arizona. Charges, citation C54160, take mule deer without a license. Count B, take mule deer without a tag. Count C, take mule deer with artificial light. Count D, possess unlawfully taken mule deer. Citation C54161, count A, resisting arrest. Count B, take mule deer after hours. The court's the Desert Ridge Justice Court. Plea on citation C54160 is guilty on count D, possess unlawfully taken. Citation C54161 plea was dismissed. Court accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $300 on June 2nd, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation of any license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, require completion on our education course pursuant to ARS 17245, shared civil damage no less than $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer pursuant to ARS 17314. The next case is Fernando Martinez. Docket number 2025-0038 from Levine, Arizona. Charges: count A, take mule deer without a license. Count B, take mule deer without a permit. Count C, take mule deer with artificial light. Count D, possess unlawfully taken mule deer. Count E, resisting arrest. Count F, take mule deer after hours. Count G, literal hunting. Count H, transport mule deer without a valid tag. The court's the Desert Ridge Justice Court. Per plea agreement, all counts were dismissed except count D, possess unlawfully taken mule deer. Court accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $300 on January 13, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, require completion on our education course pursuant to ARS 17245, shared civil damage no less than $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer pursuant to ARS 17314. The last individual in this case is Gianni Valenzuela. Mr. Valenzuela did provide a letter, and that was in your packets, and you indicated that you had seen it. Mr. Valenzuela is from Guadalupe, Arizona. Charges: count A, take mule deer without a license. Count B, take mule deer without a tag. Count C, take mule deer with artificial light. Count D, possess unlawfully taken mule deer. Count E, resisting arrest. Count F, take mule deer before and after hours. Court's the Desert Ridge Justice Court. All counts were dismissed except per plea agreement, except D, possess unlawfully taken mule deer. Court accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $300 on January 29, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation of license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, require completion on our education course pursuant to ARS 17245, shared civil damage no less than $3,852.38 for loss of one mule deer pursuant to ARS 17314. None of those individuals I mentioned are present. Mr. Valenzuela did provide a letter, and the case officer Ellingson is present.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did you want to hear from? Oh,
I do want to hear from the officer, but
Okay,
if
yes.
Mr. Valenzuela was here, I'd want to address his letter, so I was going to do that right now.
Okay, go ahead and address
unless
his
you
letter
prefer
then.
I do it.
Yeah, no, please.
Mr. Valenzuela in his letter talks about just kind of being there. He wasn't hunting, he wasn't spotlighting, but he ran. He took off running. And aside from, we'll talk about this with the officer, but the law in Arizona and in the federal courts is that it doesn't matter why a stop occurs, even if it's illegal, if it's an unlawful stop for whatever reason. If the people run, they don't get to challenge that anymore. They lose that opportunity. And I don't think it should be any different than for this commission. He took off running. He owns it all as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know if he's listening or not, but I want him to know that that's the way I view his letter about, I just took off running because I didn't know what else to do. He didn't have to go anywhere. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'd like to verify it was at night, my understanding, into the forest. And so it puts our people, our officers, in harm's way. And that's the part that really makes me very, very nervous with this case. So would we like to hear from the officers?
Please.
Please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission.
Please, brief overview. Or
yeah,
it's a pretty in-depth case.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll try to not be too repetitive from September, but in November of 2023, I was fortunate to have a great RP that was woken up to gunfire there in Seven Springs in Unit 21. When he exited his camp, he saw numerous individuals around a vehicle.
And he was not on duty.
Correct. He was not on duty, ma'am. And he observed them putting a deer in the back of a pickup truck and then driving down the road. Fortunately, myself, along with numerous other officers, were in service at the time on a different case, got the call, and were able to respond right away at the early hours. We all arrived on scene. The Captain John Dixon, along with Tyler Raspiller, Investigator Tyler Raspiller, were the initial officers on scene that initiated their lights, announced they were state police when they stopped these individuals, and majority of them all ran besides 4 individuals. The ringleader through the investigation was determined to be Fernando Alila, who is on the docket for today. He fled. We were able to determine that through numerous search warrants through the cell phones that we had seized on scene, along with Gianni's testimony stating that he was there. Eric Alila, he also fled the scene. He never talked, but he was on the text strings that were discovered stating, hey, let's go hunting, and they even mentioned poaching in the text message strings. Isaac, he did not flee. He was there, but he did not talk. Through the investigation, there were a lot of cell phones. This was something new that I had to experience, and accessing with all the warrants and everything, it took a little bit of extra time working with the courts, fortunately, with software, but that's how we ended up determining the actual ring of individuals that were out there is through these search warrants, through the cell phones that we had seized. Also worked with Border Patrol. This group, Fernando, were associated with a human smuggling case that they had worked as well. So at the end, when talking with the prosecutors and the court, it was determined these individuals are not sportsmen. They are not our typical hunters that are in the field. These guys were out there. They're, consistently in malicious activities. And fortunately, the county attorney was very cooperative.
My understanding is they did not have fishing and hunting licenses either.
Madam Chair, no, they did not.
Questions? Yes, please. Commissioner Buchanan.
I'm sorry, not a question. I was going to
comment.
make a statement and a motion.
Yes, please.
Do you have any questions?
Madam Chair,
Please.
Officer, just real quick, not that it matters, but what was their intent for harvesting wildlife? Were they trying to feed family, people, or are they just out there being maliciously slaughtering our wildlife?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Kirk, through the text string, it seemed like they more did it out of fun. They weren't doing it to feed families themselves or anything like that. These individuals, we've seen pictures of having hard cash, numerous weapons. They weren't hard up on anything. They were going out there and poaching for fun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to go back to the beginning of the meeting when Director Finley was talking to the new recruits and saying, we've got your back. And I'm pleased to see several of the new recruits sitting in the back. Thank you for staying here today. But to your particular case, as I read through this, I think this is the side of law enforcement that a lot of people don't understand. There's known gunfire going on. There's erratic gunfire reported. You guys go out there in the night, approach these individuals. All of that puts you at risk, puts you at extreme risk. And then they flee the scene, which just exacerbates that problem to the point that DPS has to be notified. I mean, it escalates in a hurry. So, I mean, all of us up here, our hats are off to the work that you do out there. This night was very professionally done, very well handled. I mean, I'm thinking as I'm reading this, okay, so they went out in the desert looking for them. No, we don't do that. We stand back here and we put together a plan and go execute that. So very well done, sir, and thank you for the work.
When I think even that there was a helicopter involved looking for them, I read that and I thought, okay, we really called out the group. Commissioner Hernandez.
Officer, going along with what Commissioner Guggenauer just said, when they bailed and ran, you didn't know if they ran with weapons or not, did you?
Commissioner Hernandez, that's correct.
Okay. And then I want to be real clear for the record, because this commission is not, you said a couple of them didn't talk to you. We're not making any decisions about whether they decided not to speak with you or not. That is their right, and it doesn't enter into our considerations. The other discussion you had or mention you had of they were being investigated for human smuggling or other smuggling events, that also does not enter in any way into the commission's decisions. We are going based upon what you've written in your reports and what you've told us apart from those two things, and I really appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have one question, and then I'll start with a series of motions. So the question, there was, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember reading the report, there's an AK-47 in that?
Commissioner Buchanan, yes, that's correct.
Was it still capable of firing automatic fire?
Negative. That weapon was a semi-auto only.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I move that the license and/or license privileges of Isaac D. Gonzalez to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing and that it be revoked as of the date of the order, in this case assigned by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Isaac D. Gonzalez to collect the shared amount of $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And the motion passes 5-0. Next case, please.
Madam Chair, I move that the license and/or license privileges of Eric E. Ayala to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing and that it be revoked as of the date of the order, in this case assigned by the director. And that he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect shared civil damages or to bring civil action against Eric E. Ayala to collect the shared amount of $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
I have a motion. I need a second, please.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. And the motion passes 5-0. Next case, please.
Madam Chair, I move that the license and/or license privileges of Fernando D. Ayala Martinez to hunt, fish, trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing and that it be revoked as of the date of the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and to provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect shared civil damages or to bring civil action against Fernando D. Ayala Martinez to collect the shared amount of $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And the motion passes 5-0. Next case, please.
Madam Chair, I move that the license and/or license privileges of Gianni S. Valenzuela to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing and that it be revoked as of the date of the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Gianni S. Valenzuela to collect the shared amount of $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Chief Elms, and we'll hand it back to the director.
If it pleases the chair, Madam Chair, before we go back to item 7, we'll move on to item 9 so we can
That would
continue
be great.
to
Yes,
enjoy
thank you
Chief
so
Elms.
much.
Item 9 is rehearing request regarding previous license revocation and civil assessment. The presenter is Dean Elms, Law Enforcement Branch Chief.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, on September 10, 2024, Raymond Martinez was convicted in the Ironwood Justice Court for Count A, take fish without a license, Count B, take fish with unlawful method, and Count C, possess unlawfully taken fish, and fines $273. On February 14, 2024, the commission revoked Mr. Martinez's hunting, fishing, and trapping license to take wildlife in the state of Arizona for 5 years, imposed a civil penalty of $2,002.44 for the loss of 32 tilapia and 1 bluegill, and further required him to complete a hunter education course for obtaining any other license to take wildlife in the state of Arizona. Mr. Martinez requested a rehearing in this matter decision due to not receiving his notice for the meeting. Raymond Martinez was notified of the hearing and consideration by certified mail. Mr. Martinez was legally noticed for that hearing, and in fact, he received the follow-up. We responded and granted his rehearing request, which he has continued twice, and we have not heard from him a third time. It's also one of the questions I received from the commission prior to the meeting was related to him completing his hunter education course, and he has not either paid his civil penalty nor has he completed hunter education.
Thank you, Chief. I need any questions or comments on this?
I have a
Okay, go ahead.
I have a question, Chief. The address or wherever you were sending the notices and that and he was responding when you sent him the new notices, was that address the same throughout?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Madam Chair, thanks. And I don't have any questions or comments about this specific case, but there's a broader issue that I do believe we ought to take action on, or I'm going to suggest we take a motion on. Until earlier this year, we had only one education course. When we had somebody come into a hunting or fishing violation, we could only require that they take the hunter education course. And since then, the department did a lot of great work, put together a fishing education course. But actually, the fishing education course precedes the date of this violation and our decision. So what I would recommend as a motion is that the department search and go back over the last 5 years of fishing violations and send those people who have since been revoked of their license the option of taking either the fishing education or hunting education course in order to get their license reinstated. And obviously, from this point forward, we can be more specific in decisions that we make.
Do you have a comment on that, Director?
Madam Chair, I was asking our general counsel about our ability to do that, and as long as we make it optional for them, we can.
Okay, excellent.
Without the further commission action. So.
Commissioner Guggenheimer, did you have a comment?
Just for Mr. Odenkirk, are there any court decisions or any legal reason that somebody could reopen their case or make a claim if we change this?
Commissioners, I think as long as it's optional, then I don't think they have a basis to seek any kind of further redress from the commission. Had the commission said it was going to require the fishing ed and substitute that for the hunter ed, then I would have concerns about that. But
Okay.
as long as it's optional.
And how will we communicate this then to people that have been revoked over the last 5 years?
Send a letter to their last available address.
And we don't require any confirmation of receipt or anything like that. We just mail it.
We could send it certified, but it wouldn't be required in this instance.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you. I have a couple of concerns with regard to that, but first I want to deal with the matter before us. He's already been adjudicated, and he hasn't asked for anything with regard to changing his sentence, if you will, or his revocation. So it doesn't seem to me that we can change this on this particular request. He said he didn't receive notice. We have to decide whether he did or not. And so my thought or my question for you, counsel, is are we not bound with regard to this issue in this case regarding notice?
If you could elaborate on what your question in terms of being bound. You have a petition before you to grant or deny a rehearing. If you find that there's no basis for a rehearing, you should make a motion to deny the petition for rehearing.
And then the issue, and I agree with you, but then the issue with, as Commissioner Buchanan has stated, with regard to the possibility of taking a fishing course, a fishing education course versus a hunter education course, would be separate from that.
That's how I view it. It would be a separate action by the commission, and again, because it's optional, it would not affect the individual's rights or obligations. The hunter education course would still stand as an action by the commission, but giving the option to take the fishing education course would be available. But again, I don't think it would impact the rights or duties or obligations of the individual.
Madam Chair, then with that, and I'm not trying to jump the gun if we have other discussions, but with that, I would suggest we deal with Mr. Martinez's request for a rehearing, and then perhaps discuss after we've made that decision, Commissioner Buchanan's suggestion with regard to the option of hunting or fishing.
I agree. Is
So,
that okay
Madam
with the
Chair, I have
yes,
a motion.
Please.
I move that the Commission affirm their decision on the Martinez case and his application be denied for a rehearing.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 5-0. Thank you. Now, to the second issue of sending this back through administration to...
I'll make another motion. I'll explain myself as well.
Okay, I have a question on that first before you make the motion. The only concern that I would have with that is the stress that it puts on our administration to send that out. And do we have any idea in the last 5 years how many fishing revocations we have had? Any clue?
Madam Chair, if I had to guess, probably less than 20.
Okay, all right. If it was 200, I would pause. But 20, I think, is manageable.
Madam Chair, a follow-up on that. So if somebody has already taken the hunter ed, they did a fishing violation, but they've already taken hunter ed, so we'll go through those 20-ish files, and we wouldn't send a letter to anybody who's already taken the course. So only those that are still outstanding.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenhauer, I'm thinking how we're going to do this as you're talking, and that makes perfect sense.
So are we.
Yeah.
Good.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Chief Elms, what my concern is there may be 20, but we have to go through every violation for the last, however many years it is, to determine whether it was a fishing one or not, or what if there were, what if there were several. I think it is an honorable motion, an honorable idea, but I'd sure like to have numbers and dollar amounts or hours amounts of time, that we would be asking our folks to spend in order to do that. I don't have any objection to it on its face, but I'd sure like to have some cost-benefit analysis before we implement it.
That's my concern as well.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hernandez, and thank you. To answer your question, every month we have an agenda, and it has the cases and it has what the violations are, and so it would be just a matter of looking at our monthly agendas and figuring out which cases are that had a fishing nexus to them. So even though we process a couple hundred revocations a year, we have the cliff notes to find the cases that would be impacted by this potential motion.
And then for Commissioner Buchanan, you said you were going to clarify that, but I guess my question is, are we talking about just going back to when we implemented the fishing course, or are we talking about going back beyond that?
No, my motion goes back 5 years. And the reason that we, as a reminder, the reason we implemented the fishing education course, it's more specific to the violation at hand. We've had people in here that were, way over the limit on trout that didn't even have hunting education licenses. And, that was the only tool we had at the time to make them go through an education process. If I were a violator of a fishing violation, frankly, I'd prefer to take the fishing education course. It takes about 1/4 as long as the hunting education course. And if I didn't have a hunting license and I didn't want to hunt, it would feel like unnecessary ardor on my part to take the hunting education course in order to get my fishing license back. So we went through great pains to develop a great course, and I'm just trying to make an offer to make it optional to those who have done it to be able to reinstate their license.
Madam Chair, if I may, I agree with Commissioner Hernandez. I think it's a warrant to look at this, but I would offer that we table this motion until our next meeting, and in the meantime, the department go develop a plan, come back with some numbers, and so we can understand the scope and the go forward.
Are the commissioners okay with that? Yes, sort of.
So that's,
I can wait.
I made a motion to do that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion. I think you need to do that first.
Okay, all right, good. So I have a motion. Can I have a second, please?
And I'll second it, thanking Commissioner Buchanan for his
Yes.
understanding.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Elms.
Gene, it said 5 minutes.
5 minutes, please.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
We'll jump back, pleasure of the chair, to item 7.
Yes.
And that's approve the notice of final rulemaking and economic impact statement amending R12-114. The presenters Christopher Dean, Rules and Policy Administrator.
You're the chair.
Okay, can we take 5 right now, please? I'm getting
boss,
kicked
Madam
under
Chair.
the table, okay?
Sorry, Christopher.
We're tap dancing under the table here.
Okay, so please be back at 11:25. Okay. Director? Director Finley?
Madam Chair, I feel like we should do anything but item 7, but I guess we'll move to item 7. Approve the notice of final
Poor
rulemaking
Christopher.
and economic impact statement amending R12-114. Presenters Christopher, Rules and Risk Dean, Rules and Policy
There you
Administrator.
go. Now we're cooking.
All right. This is the final rulemaking for R12-4-114, and I'm sure it'll pop up here in a moment, but this is unchanged from the previous presentation to the Commission. I want to recognize our team sponsor, Jen Stewart, as well as a great team that really helped out on getting this to the finish line, Aaron Butler, John Dixon, Kelly Alkery, and Tara Wozniak. As always, it's a team effort, and just the person standing up here has standing on the shoulders of a lot of people who help you out to get here.
Excellent.
As we said before, we discovered a potential problem in 114, specifically that the antlerless deer, antlerless elk, any elk in javelina are not capped to the 10% non-resident, and this is specifically outlined in rule. However, in statute, in 17.332, big game permits issued to non-residents in a random drawing need to be 10% or fewer of the total hunt permits, and there is an increasing trend of the number of these hunts exceeding the 10% non-resident allocation. So right now, the law and rule is not in harmony. Specifically, the way that we limit the non-resident tag allocations may not prevent us from exceeding a 10% non-resident cap that we identify in statute. And here is the data. It is up to date for what we have now. And as you can see, in the past 10 years, the non-resident allocation has practically doubled. And in the case of elk and javelina in 2021, it was exceeding 10%. And in 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025, javelina did exceed that 10%. So, to address this issue, we're proposing a very minor change to the language in the rule that will bring us right in harmony with statute. And you can see right there, we will just get rid of the specification for antlered, bull, and add javelina, and that will fix our issues. During our public comment period, we received 8 public comments. One supported the rules package, one was actually related to Article 2, one pertained to bonus points, and the other 5 addressed concerns about fairness in the draw process, but it was not related to the rule package that we have before you. So if we are approved today, we would go to the GERC study session probably in March with a final GERC approval in April and an effective date in July 2026. This will allow ample opportunity for us to make any changes that we need to based on this rule change. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to entertain them. Otherwise, we have a proposal.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Christopher, I wanted to thank you for your efficiency and the brevity with which you modified this. I mean, if you'd had a bunch of lawyers doing it, it would have been 6 more pages. But you did a very nice job, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Well, I didn't have anything to say, but I will now, and that is, you all need to know that Commissioner Hernandez is a lawyer, so he wasn't just disparaging them as a class of people.
And I want to say I love the way the problem is outlined so simply, and that made it very easy for the amount of information that you had in that to help us understand exactly what you were solving. So thank you so much for that. All right, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do. The recommendation is the department recommends that the commission vote to approve the notice of final rulemaking and economic impact statement amending R12-4-114, issuance of non-permit tags and hunt permit tags.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Thank you. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have a nice lunch. Director?
Thank you, Christopher. Madam Chair, item 10 is consideration of proposed amendment, Commission Order 2 for the 2025-2026 archery deer hunting season. Presenter is Aaron Butler, Big Game Management Program Supervisor.
Here she comes. Hi, Miss Erin.
Good morning.
We didn't mean to surprise you back there.
It happens. Okay, good
Please.
morning. Let's see, I handed you guys a binder this morning that's got the presentations for the 2 agenda items I have today, any extra information and cert copies that we'll be discussing. Again, Erin Butler, Big Game Program Supervisor. The first agenda today is an error that we found in the archery deer regulations for the 2025 season. We approved these in April. I have the clicker. We approved all of these seasons at the April meeting. However, we found an error in the 30A archery deer season. Already occurred is August 22nd to September 11th, 2025. Coming up is August 12th through the 31st, 2025. Should be right in your cert copy. And then January 1 through 31 for 2026. And the department has a recommendation.
What is your recommendation?
Department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 2 as presented for the 2025-2026 archery deer season.
Any comments or questions, please? All right. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
So moved. And a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And your motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Madam Chair, Erin Butler claims that she can do this in about 20 minutes. Item 11 is a consideration of proposed Commission Orders 3, 4, 26, and 30 for 2026-27 hunting seasons. Presenter is again Erin Butler, Big Game.
And you're on.
And I'm on. All right, this one will be a little longer. Agenda item 11 is the 2026 proposed pronghorn elk population management hunt seasons and the 2026 to 2027 limited entry seasons, also known as the Copper State seasons. A little background on our process. We follow a multi-tiered process for setting hunt seasons. We use structures and dates, methods of take, harvest permit allocations, and other controlling elements for game animals are all within our 5-year package of the hunt guidelines. And then we collect annual wildlife surveys and hunter surveys, social input to make those recommendations. We set them annually. We review them through a 14-day public process and then the commission. And then those are made into annual regulations that we post. The department responsibly manages Arizona's wildlife within the biological limits of each species and routinely also look at the social strategies around those. There's a large team involved in this process, from the wildlife managers on the ground who do the day-to-day data collection through the regional game specialists and program managers. They're then reviewed through the statewide biologists and program managers, through agency leadership meetings, commission team, and then we do the 14-day public review and present to the commission, which is why we're here today. Big thank you to everybody on the team. It takes a lot of effort and time and data to pull this together. So first we'll look at Commission Order 3, which is pronghorn. These are hunt management guidelines for pronghorn. We manage fawn does at 30 to 40 per 100 does, bucks at 20 to 30 per 100 does. Less than 25% available bucks are offered up as permits. And then we have a new structure we've been monitoring that's 50 to 70% of the bucks being harvested are 3 or over. The fawn data in Arizona continues to stay below our guidelines. It continues to be low, but we've been able to maintain stable populations. This year, we did drop to a 16 fawns per 100 does, which is the second year of a drought, second year of decrease in a lot of units, and so we're seeing some permit reductions based on that. Buck to doe is increasing, and we are above guidelines. It was 37 this year. The age structure that we've been monitoring continues to fall within guidelines. This year it was 71%, which is 1% above guidelines, but when you look at the 3-year average there, we're right within the middle of those guidelines. We'll continue to collect this data moving forward and review it again in our hunt guideline process that we start up this summer. Specific changes to pronghorn, we have an overall 10 permit decrease, but one Hopi tag increase. That decrease is reflective directly of our second year of low fondido ratios in a lot of these units. We continue to have some public access issues in some units and some additional closures. The permit recommendations do take this new age structure into its in guidelines, and one kind of pulled out significant changes. We've always offered 2 muzzleloader seasons in Unit 8. We're going to rotate one of those to a general season. This is a summary of the changes the department is recommending this year, and an increase for 5B, 12A, 12B, 18A, and 21 for general, a decrease in 2C, 3A, 30A, 31, and 32 for general, an increase in 3B for muzzleloader, and then a decrease in 2B and that Unit 8 that's rotating into general, a decrease in archery, or an overall decrease in archery, but we are increasing a tag in 18A for archery and decreasing 30A, 20A, 20B, 19A, 31, and 32. So that's an overall offer of 551 permits, a decrease of 10 statewide. It still includes all of our Hopi and Cab Navajo seasons. I have a pronghorn recommendation when you're ready.
Commissioner Buchanan has a question or a comment.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And the question is really on the low fawn ratios. Understand that's at least somewhat caused by the drought. I know it's probably related, and I'm going to ask you to generalize across the state, which you'd never want to do probably. But how much of this is due to predation, coyotes in particular? Is it a big number? Is it a big problem, or is that just cyclic with the pronghorn population? What have you looked at lately? Are we on the wrong side of that cycle? Is really what I'm asking.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, we do think it's both drought and predation related. It's hard to pin a number for predation across the board because some areas you have a higher number of coyotes on the landscape than other areas. We do have fawn enhancement, fawn protection programs that we try to offer in those units where we think it's worse, where we have lower fondido ratios. And then we just keep a running list of those locations and try to do some control efforts there.
Any other questions, comments? All right.
Okay.
Recommendation? Oh, did you already give that to us? No. Okay.
The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 3 pronghorn for the 2026 seasons as presented.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion and I need a second.
Second.
And I have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam
And
Chair,
yes,
I could just make a comment just for
Please.
the public. I know a lot of us know this here, but during the generation of this, we have commissioners that are engaged with this team, and they go through and they look at the details of each one of these hunt regulations. So there's a lot that gets presented here, but the commission has had overview through the process to get here.
Thank you. Good point. Excellent. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? And your motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Commission Order 4, elk. We'll talk about fall of 2026. And it's actually all of 2026 because we're going to look at the non-permit tags as well. In Arizona, we have 4 different types of elk management zones. We have standard, winter, flexible, and minimal occurrence zones, as depicted on the map here. And that just dictates what guidelines we're going to use for bull to cow, hunt success, calf to cow, those sorts of things moving forward. In our standard management areas, we manage for 30 to 40 calves per 100 cows, 25 to 35 bulls per 100 cows, a late general hunt success of 25 to 35%, and an over allocation of 8% going to youth for antlerless tags. This is a breakdown of by unit or herd unit, what we're looking at doing statewide for the overall population. We have a stable to slight increase in 7 East, 22 and 27, stabilize in most of the state. reduce the herd in all of our minimal occurrence zones or areas where we have year-round elk use on winter range. And then we have the alternative units, 1, 9, 10, and 23, that are managed at a higher bull-to-cow ratio. And we are doing tooth collection in 1, 7, 9, 10, 22, 23, and 27. We're using that tooth information to look at the age of the harvested bulls. So again, the alternative structures for unit 1, 9, 10, and 23, 30 to 40 calf to cow, over 50 bull to cow, the age of the bulls in the overall, all different seasons of that, 50 to 70% are 6+. And again, we're collecting teeth in both the early and late seasons and applying that guideline across the board. This is what that data looks like. For elk, we are within guidelines for all of the alternative units statewide. We are going to continue our tooth collection raffle opportunity in partnership with the Arizona Elk Society for elk teeth moving forward. So everybody that has one of these tags, we send them a letter and it says if you submit a tooth, you'll be entered into the raffle. And then they've graciously come up with 3 different raffle tickets that we will give out at the end of the season to people who've submitted teeth. They're pretty good gift certificates. Like one's $250 for, I can't remember the three areas, but they're pretty nice gift certificates. So we're going to continue doing that. Just a quick look at the summary of elk statewide. Calves to cows stayed fairly stable this year. Last year was 32. This year was 31. Bull to cow decreased. It bumped up last year to 31 and back down to 26 this year, which was what it was in 2023. Relatively stable there. And then this is an overall summary slide of what we're doing. We're looking at offering 14,124 general tags, which is a decrease of 70. 1,806 elk youth tags, antlerless tags. That's an increase of 103. We rotated some antlerless cow tags into a youth hunt. And then we had a slight increase in Hopi tags. No change to limited opportunity general. We rotated the champ opportunity out of unit 3A, 3C and into unit 22. So it's a no change in total permits, but we rotated where that option is available. A slight decrease in muzzleloader opportunity to 1305. No change to limited opportunity ham. A decrease in archery only for across some season types. No change to limited opportunity archery. For the non-permit tags, we are recommending that everything stays basically the same for the general seasons that are offered on an almost year-round basis in some of these areas, with some slight changes to the boundaries of the dry lake and zenith hunt areas. And that's just to further define those areas and not have them overlap in other areas. No changes to the hunt structure there. We are recommending to close the Rincon Basin ham hunt. That hunt sat within the boundaries of Winslow and Dry Lake, and so it will now just be gone, and it'll be a general season in there with that opportunity. And we are recommending the 12A-B, 13A-B general opportunity be year-round. Most of these decreases are actually reflective of some changes on Camp Navajo. There's been a new leadership, I don't know, they're not military.
Garrison Commander.
Garrison Commander, thank you. There's been a slight change there, and a little bit of a change in their philosophies. And so most of these decreases are actually reflective of that change. They're mostly on Camp Navajo. But the other changes are reflective of 3A and 3C and 22. And increases are in 7 East. Okay, I have a recommendation when you're ready.
Please.
Okay. The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 4 elk for the 2026 seasons as presented.
Any questions, comments? Buchanan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just 2 comments. One, Commissioner Guggenauer pointed out a minute ago when we were talking about pronghorn about the depth that we go into these in preparation for this on each area. And I just want to acknowledge there was a lot of comments about the cow elk population in 7 West and the depth to which the department went to actually go out and do surveys, study that, and then and make these recommendations in concert with what we found the population was doing. And I also want to commend you for getting back to the people who were providing that input. I think that's important. But I don't want to discourage future input. If you have input and observations out there across the state, please share those with us. We will use that and take your comments seriously. The second comment, and this is more of a request, it's not a directive, I'm not making a motion, but it's something I would like you to study. It's probably going to outlast my time on the commission in order for us to establish a trend and figure out whether there's any meaningful change. But I'd like to know if what is anticipated is a reduction in crossbow hunters across the state, if that's going to have a meaningful impact on the archery harvest, and then furthermore may drive us to make different tag allocations based on what we learn. This is not something we're going to learn in a year or two. This is probably 5 years down the road, but it's worth thinking about now and starting to look at this. That's my only comment there.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, I have a recommendation. Did I have a second?
Second. Do we actually have a motion?
Do I have a motion?
I don't think we did a motion.
Okay. Make a motion.
I so moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Erin.
Okay, we'll move on to Commission Order 26, Population Management Hunts. A little bit of explanation here about what kind of hunts these are. Some of these hunts are called companion hunts. This is where we have a youth opportunity that we offer in conjunction with another draw season. Those are not what we're discussing today. Those are recommended during the April commission meeting, the fall hunts. Today we're talking about the standard population management hunts, which are the ones that we're going to talk about. So these are when we have regular hunt seasons that don't meet the objectives in an area and we have conflicts with wildlife or other land uses. They're set annually so that we can use them to achieve additional harvest in these areas, enhance the department's ability to respond in a timely manner, and meet our population management objectives there. They're recommended on a statewide basis on a very broad seasons, open area, legal wildlife, methods of take, maximum tag allocations. And so when it's found necessary to have a PMH, there's a process that the department uses that starts with the wildlife manager and comes up through the regions, through the game program, back to FOD, and then the commission, and then the director signs off. And once that process is handled, then we offer tags through a supplemental hunter pool application process. We do have a handful of recommendations this year, increases that we want to make in these seasons for availability. All seasons would be from January 1 to December 31, 2026. And then, of course, the companion tags would be authorized in April. The proposed changes are to add some 25 additional permits to Unit 41 for deer, increasing that to 100 that would be available to us throughout the year, adding 3A, 3B, 3C for deer. For general, adding 3A, 3B, 3C, 28, 29, 30A, 30B, 34A, 34B, 35A, 35B, 36A, B, and D for deer archery. Adding 3B and 3C for javelina ham. Adding 28, 29, 30A, 30B, 31, 32 for archery javelina. Adding 6 tags to the existing 3B, 3C general bear. Adding 3B, 3C ham bear, adding 28, 29, 38, 31 archery only bear, and adding 32 black bear at 3 permits instead of 5. I was like, why is that a different line? Okay. And the department has a recommendation when you're ready.
Yes, please, go ahead. Thank you, Erin.
The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 26, Population Management Seasons for the 2026 season as presented.
I need a second, and then we'll take comments.
Second.
I have a second? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to the management hunts, maybe like the bear hunts, do the management hunt harvests go towards the quotas for harvest quotas in units if they are?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, I believe that under our current structure that they would, if they were a female.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And you pass 5-0. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Okay, we'll move on to Commission Order 30, which is in rule called limited entry, but we commonly refer to as the Copper State permits. So this was added to Article 1 several years ago. It's 116. Limited entry permit seasons can be offered for terrestrial or aquatic species or specific areas for terrestrial or aquatic species. The Commission may, by commission order, open these limited entry seasons and prescribe a maximum number of limited entry permits to offer. Then the Department may implement those limited entry seasons. They have to be very specific to an area or a very high demand type of opportunity that we offer. We offer them in a specific number in a specific area. That seems like it's twice. Or we could offer them through the point guard system to surrender tags systems. There's a couple key things about this rule, these seasons, that don't apply. The provisions of the draw do not apply to them, so your bonus points, they don't accrue or take your bonus points away. They don't have the non-resident cap applied to them as you would in the regular draw, and they do follow the same commission order notices as the other seasons. Limited entry doesn't invalidate any other application in the state for that same species. And your license is not required at the time of application, but you are required to buy one before if you're drawn for the season. Big game taken under this rule does not count towards your calendar bag limit. You do pay an application fee the same as any other application. You pay a separate application fee per limited entry season that we offer. You can only apply once per season. So if we're offering a mule deer season, you can only apply for it once. You can't apply twice. These are the recommended seasons for this year under Commission Order 2. All notes for Commission Order 2 apply to these hunts. The significant change here is that we rotated the Region 2 hunt that's usually in 12A, 12B to 13A, 13B for this year. We also moved the season dates so that it would not overlap directly the special tag that starts on August 15th. So that's a shift in units and a shift in season dates there. And it does appear here like we're getting rid of the Unit 22, 23 mule deer hunt opportunity, but I will address that in a couple slides. Also under Commission Order 2, whitetail hunts. These were the whitetail hunts we're going to offer. The only change here is that the whitetail season, the early whitetail season in August was only 5 weeks compared to the other units that are 6 weeks. And so we lengthened the back end of this hunt to be 6 weeks. No change to pronghorn. All notes from Commission Order 3 would apply to that season. No change for bearded turkey, but all notes from Commission Order 5 would apply to that. That's a Gould's opportunity. And then we have the elk hunts, which are pretty much the same as well. All Commission Order 4 notes would apply to these hunts. The change here is that we added Unit 1 to the early opportunity. So Unit 1 was not there before on the early season date, but it is now, and it will stay in the late opportunity as well. So here's where we have the change for mule deer. We want to offer I don't know what we're calling it yet. Like a companion. You would have the person who would be lucky enough to draw this hunt would draw an antlered mule deer tag for Unit 22 and 23 and an any elk tag. So all Commission Order 2 and 3 notes would apply to these seasons. But the tag holder, it would be one application, they would get both tags. And I have a recommendation when you're ready.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 30 limited entry permit tags for the 2026-2027 season as presented.
Comments and questions, please. Yes.
I do have
Commissioner Guggenauer.
a question. The dates that are in there, do we communicate those dates to the different organizations that might be conducting their own raffles at the same time we're trying to do limited entry to avoid any overlap during those periods?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, I would imagine through our public process they've had the opportunity to see them. I don't know if we've had direct communication every year with them, but they're all usually aware of both we present the Commission Order 29, which is special tags, and Commission Order 30 at different times, but it is all public information for them to view at the same time.
Okay. And then the second thing, I'm encouraged by these. I think new ideas combining different species where we have those opportunities. I think that's a great opportunity for people to be introduced to the draw system and how it works and everything that goes through there. So good work on putting these together. Thank you.
Other comments? All right, so we have your recommendation. I need a motion, please.
A motion to approve.
I need a second, and I have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 5-0. Thank you,
Wonderful.
Erin.
Thank you. And I'll pass your appreciation along to my team.
Yes, please do. Wonderful job.
Happy holidays.
And to you and your team.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Garrison Commander Butler got her presentation done in the time allotted. But I don't think we have anything else that we can fit into the time we have left, and so we could move into executive session, which I'm told should take about an hour.
All right.
And also your lunch is ready. That might prompt you to do that.
All right, so
Okay.
yes, please.
I'll make a motion to move to executive session, return at 1 o'clock.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? See you at 1 o'clock. Director?
Madam Chair, agenda item 12 is the first read item. The commission may choose to take action on first read items as needed, or may direct the department to place first read items on the consent agenda for approval at the next commission meeting. Item 12 approves Silver Creek Hatchery license agreement with Arizona Public Service Company, APS, for utility services at Silver Creek Hatchery. Presenter is Chip, very patient, young, Senior Land Resources Manager.
Thank you, Chip. I've seen you've been here all day,
Yes,
just
I have.
consuming all this wonderful information, right?
Yeah, truly have. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, directors, executive staff. I'm Chip Young, as he mentioned, with the Land and Water Program within the Habitat branch here at Game and Fish headquarters. I'm presenting to you today on a license agreement with APS, Arizona Public Service Company, to provide electrical utilities at the Silver Creek Hatchery. This is a proposed renewal of a 10-year license agreement to continue providing electrical service for the hatchery. APS has been providing service to Silver Creek Hatchery since March of 2016 through the current and ongoing 10-year license agreement. The term of the proposed agreement is for a period of 10 more years, commencing this coming April 1st, 2026, and remaining in effect through March 31st of 36, so another 10 years. Like the last one I presented, this includes recently updated avian protection guideline language from the Avian Powerline Interaction Committee. We intend to include these in all of our future utility agreements going forward. And as a reminder, these designs are not required. They're recommended when opportunities arise for the utility companies to retrofit existing infrastructure or to, of course, build new utility infrastructure. The department has determined that this agreement is in the public interest as it is compatible with and necessary for the continued operation of the hatchery, of Silver Creek Hatchery. Up on your screen, you'll see the map of Silver Creek Hatchery. It's located in Game and Fish Region 1, about 10 miles northeast of Show Low, Arizona. It's about 865 acres, and it was acquired by the Commission in 1978. On the western portion of the property there, you see the yellow lines, the three different alignments, A, B, and C. Those are the APS right-of-ways. And before I have a recommendation for you, do you have any questions?
Any questions? Commissioner Guggenhauer?
Madam Chair, no questions, just a comment. Chip, I appreciate the pre-planning here. It's nice to see that we're seeing these renewals in plenty of time, that we can put them on consent agenda and they're not expired or we run out of time for that.
Right.
And the second thing is, I know that 10 years is a longer duration than we typically do. A lot of our agreements that we do, we try to keep them 5 years so that every commissioner within their 5-year term, they will see the renewal of one of these. But when it's infrastructure, in this case, underground types thing, we understand the 10 years. So my one question is, in the past 10-year cycle, have there been any issues, any claims or any reason to have an issue with this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenhauer, no, there have been no issues on this particular utility easement or any others for that matter that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, okay. Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and sorry about the late ad. Just haven't been up there and remembering what was going on. Just a request and maybe a comment back, and that is for APS. You know, one of the problems that we have in that particular area is a huge infestation of juniper. And the department's gone to great lengths to work with state lands, a number of different organizations to do some thinning and restoration of connectivity, in particular for pronghorn and things like that, that we normally don't associate, at least mentally, with a hatchery, but it is a big deal there. And so just if you could, when you go back to APS, just let them know it'd be great to be able to work in concert. So if they're going to do a thinning or something, some sort of clearing, it'd be great if we did it together. It might be more efficient to both agencies because that's something we're always kind of looking to do on that piece of terrain.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, thank you. I'll take that information back, and I agree, it is important.
Great. Do you have a recommendation for us?
I do. The department recommends that the commission direct the department to place this item on the consent agenda for the next regular commission meeting.
Great.
So moved.
So moved, I second. Oh, we don't need it for consent. Any comments or changes to that? Thank you, it will be done.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you so
Directors,
much.
Executive staff.
Take care, Chip. Worth the wait, wasn't it?
Director?
Madam Chair, item 13 has been Avery Shooting Facility Master Plan, December Range Protection Zone Update. Presenter Mike Rom, Shooting Sports Branch Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission.
Mr. Rom?
Chips was pretty quick. Almost could have snuck in there before lunch.
It's a nice tie, Mike, by the way.
Did you say nice tie? This is a special tie.
So noted on the tie.
Yes.
We already took a picture of it, so
Yeah,
you're
we have,
good
there's
to go.
pictures. There, it's on the internet.
That's better than the turkey tie, even.
So, as the director stated, Mike Rom, Shooting Sports Branch Chief, and we're going to do a little Ben Avery Master Plan and Protection Zone update. So the first...
I can see Ben working
He's-
feverishly to get it up.
Yeah. But the first update will be on
There we go.
the Hala Vista property, which is what's directly south of us here. In September, the Mac Group and Kimley Horn, which is their design team that's working on their plans, reached out to the department and said that the city of Phoenix was requesting a letter of approval or just in concept of the 43rd Avenue intersection. And so that was just to kind of document that the department was in agreement. So we worked on a draft letter to send back to the MAC group, stating that we generally are okay with the concept, but ultimately be the commission's approval of that new location. And the two little diagrams here on the presentation, the one on the far right was where our master plan initially showed it lining up, which was in those initial conversations with ADOT. And then the one in the center there on the left is the designs that the MAC group provided us, showing the conceptual now where the actual intersection would be. So as you were aware, the original master plan, that was done in 2007 had a main entrance for Ben Avery more centralized, which is kind of east of the high power range and the 43rd Avenue. We updated the master plan in 23 to align with 43rd Avenue, and now we'll have to, somewhere along the line, I'm envisioning probably in one of these updates, once we have our designs done for the new entrance, present that to you all here, and we could do an approval through that piece of it. The other piece that we put in the letter was the commission has not ever approved paying for any of this intersection. So we've talked about the new interior roads and our new entrance, and whatever those facilities will be tied to that, but not the intersection. So we have in that letter that there's no intent of paying for that intersection where the ADOT property line, where our property line is with ADOT for the right-of-way, was where we would stop ours. We'll align with whatever that design that we have here in that drawing. But everything else from signals, sidewalks, the intersection itself would be done by, whether it's the city, the MAC group, ADOT, or whoever would end up funding that then. And then a couple other recent announcements. There's some folks excited about one of these, but Costco is committed to now building, which will be just north of Dove Valley, and then 2 Marriott hotels have come on that have said they're going to be building or on north of Dove Valley.
Mike, can I go back and ask a question about the light?
Yeah.
Is the light that's there in front of headquarters going to remain? And this will be in addition to, or is it superseding that light?
So the light, the MAG study's still going on. I'm going to talk about that here shortly.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
But it appears, and everything's aligning, that the goal is to have 51st Avenue as the other lighted intersection between I-17 and 43rd and 51st could only be the only 2 lighted intersections on all of 74,
Okay.
all the way to 60. So our light here is too close to 51st Avenue.
I see.
And that intersection, like our intersection, because it's in that wash, we've talked about, do we align there? And we've really hard to build that road. So our entrance potentially will change if this, 51st becomes the actual intersection.
Okay.
That part, and we've shared our thoughts, like if we're losing our traffic signal, whatever this new entrance and roads, like we would not be responsible for paying that, and the developer, whoever would be. And that's still to be determined on what that ends up looking like.
But we will get approval.
Yes, and
Okay.
you will be a part of that.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mike, with these new exchanges, there will likely be some new roads on department property. Will we be responsible to build those connecting roads, or will the Halo Vista be willing to take care of those?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, interior roads, are you referring to like the 51st Avenue?
Well,
or
when they rebuild some of these intersections, okay, do we have the roads on our own property to link into those? And if we have to build new roads to link into those new intersections, are we responsible for paying for that, or will Halo Vista or ADOT or whoever?
So all of their work will be within the ADOT right-of-way.
Okay.
So any new improvements. Our alignment, excuse me, for like 43rd Avenue, and per our master plan, we will build the interior road system and match up to them at that right-of-way.
And that'll be our dime.
Correct. Yeah,
That was
which
my
we have,
question.
and Commissioner Kerr, you probably weren't part of the budget approval, but we have next fiscal year, we'll have funding budgeted to do the interior road. This year, we're doing the designs. Next year, we'll do the road. Now, 51st Avenue could be totally different. But we lose our traffic signal. So now we can have a right in, right out potentially is what's being proposed. But what the new road, the new connection, how we get our customers, our staff into headquarters and Ben Avery is still to be determined. That's where we're stating, ultimately it'll be your decision, but like we shouldn't have to fund that. We already have our intersection.
Okay.
Did that kind of
Yes,
help?
That
Okay.
answers the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Mike. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so a little bit of the development update in the area other than Halo Vista. We talked about the last meeting, the North Park development. A little more came out on that. The upper right-hand conceptual drawing there in red kind of shows that 7,400 acres. They're looking at 15,000 houses, which is a little more than last time when I reported. And then a lot of other things, there's commercial things in there too. But one of the big pieces is the 900 acres that's in the blue on the bottom photo there. That's looking for the TSMC expansion. And that is to go on the auction block January 7th. So that'll be soon where they'll be looking at that. And then just to give you a little concept on size, their current is 1,128 acres is the current. So it's almost doubling, not quite, but almost doubling their size. And then a few amazing numbers. Their third quarter profits were $15 billion that they netted. It was almost 40% higher than their quarter before that. And they're really tying it a lot to the surge in all the AI technologies, which makes sense. Tony sent me an article this morning, and I'm going to digest it, and there's probably some other cool fun facts that come out to share with you guys at the next quarterly update. But it talked about TSMC, their investment, and what they're bringing here. And, I've never been to Central Park. I'm sure some of you have, but their current site is larger than, New York Central Park, which is pretty amazing. $165 billion that we've talked about, but they used a term of one of the most expensive undertakings on Earth.
Wow. I
think that puts it in a little more concept of what's being built here. So the next slide shows a little bit of the aerial views, changes from like 1990 to 2022. You can see, especially to the east of I-17, the development. We're basically the center of that photo, and I took the bottom photos off of Google Earth just last week. And to me, what really jumped out was the growth in those 2.5 years at TSMC, and then just on the east side of 17. But it's amazing how things have evolved up here, and even ties into what Colin was sharing here earlier this morning. And then our quarterly update with ADOT and the City of Phoenix. We also included BLM in this meeting. Wasn't a whole lot of updates. The BLM piece was probably the most important. We were discussing the property to the west of Ben Avery, because that'll affect the 51st Avenue potential alignment. And we've talked about that being a historic trail, we thought, and BLM confirmed it's not historic. It's a trail designation. I'm sorry. So they're going to look into what the requirements are, and then they're going to be part of our quarterly update meetings going forward. So there'll be more information coming there. And then the MAG study that's looking at 74 from I-17 to the 60. We're having a stakeholders meeting December 17th. So I think they're hoping to have that finalized by the springtime from what it sounded like in our last update. And then just general protection zone, some things wanted to share with you. Working with our engineering department on going out to solicitation for a firm to do the designs of the new entrance and the interior road, landscaping, and things that we've talked about. And then we've talked about the Title 17-602, but the noise, the statute tying to noise, and the 1 mile, the 64 decibels that's awaited over an hour, but 1 mile away from residents, hotels, motels, churches, and things. So we dug up we did a sound study as we were required in 2006. And I dug that up, and then on this, and it's showing up pretty good, but on the map here, the 2 locations from 2006 that the study was done by a hired contractor. There's a blue spot there kind of on the upper end of the photo on the east side of 17. And then the second one was down, it's the green, and it's actually now kind of the development's yard. So the blue one, that's close to residents. Tremonto, those houses were starting to be built when they did this study. During 2006, we were doing there was a lot of construction going on, and the department was able to get a lot of dirt. You see our dirt berm on the east side of our property, and that was there. So they decided to kind of go up in that gap that the sound from the range could come up towards those houses. So the reading from that upper location, that weighted decibels was 55.1 in 2006. The green spot that's more in the range, the reading then was 44.8. But what was really interesting to note in their study was they commented about the I-17 vehicle traffic and the noise and how that was really affecting the study. And in 2006, I-17 wasn't the 3-lane, 4-lane road that it is today. It was under construction and completed a couple years later. So the dynamics of the road have changed a lot since then. So we have a sound meter, and so I have this bolded. This is totally unofficial, but it's just some data points for we were interested in that we just conducted here in November, and that's the orange little location, which is right in our campground, about 400 yards from our main public shooting range, so our most busiest range there. So we did several different days, times of days, and then we decided just to combine all of the readings into one to really show a 24-hour period. And some of the interesting things that came out of just the daily ones was a Monday when the range was closed was actually quieter. Or I'm sorry, Monday was when we were closed was actually the level was higher than days that the range was operating on a Saturday and Sunday, which was just kind of fascinating. But if you look at this and look at the times of day, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning starts to rise, 7, 8 o'clock starts to come down, flattens out, and then your late afternoon, evening, again it rises and drops back down. Everything we were looking at and how we're reading and when the range is open and closed, we're generally seeing I-17 vehicle volume noises being recorded, which is pretty amazing. And if you look at the old study from 2006, we had 44 and 55. The average here for kind of the average without the peaks is in that 50 range. So nothing's changed greatly other than there's times of day when probably traffic's a lot higher. And we haven't dug into a lot. We probably won't. This was just kind of an interesting thing just to have. But the morning is typically the air is a little more denser, so that probably is why it's a little higher than what the later in the day is.
I have a question for you, Mike.
Yep.
Do we get complaints on noise from the Ben Avery from shooting? Do we receive complaints on that?
I'm making sure this was going to be wood. We have over the years, yes.
Okay.
And then nothing recently. That's why I want to.
Okay, good.
But we've shared there's a lot of recreational shooting that goes on north of the range on the state lands that shouldn't be. The federal prison north of us has a shooting range where they train, so you can hear shooting. And we share. From 10 o'clock at night to 7 in the morning, we're not allowed to shoot because they talk about times of day. So we share information, and most of the time that's
good.
Taken care of. So
thank you.
Yep. And then the last slide, Civil Marksman's Program. We talk about CMP. Before I get too far into it, we had the opportunity to meet with them. They were out here. Commissioner Buchanan was participated in the meetings and thought this would be great to include in the quarterly updates. We thought this is a perfect place because as we talk a little bit about this, there could be some either master plan opportunities or even the protection zone. So the CMP's mission is to promote excellence in marksmanship, firearm safety, and youth programs made possible by the secure restoration and sale of historic American firearms. So it was really kind of cool. They came out here. They had their board meeting. The last several years, CMP, and most of you are aware, have had an interest in expanding their presence in the West, with competitions and just general trainings and things. So them coming out here to have their board meeting and then getting to spend a day at Ben Avery was kind of cool. Commissioner Buchanan, Tony, Chris DeChan, our new operations manager, and myself got to meet with a couple of their board people, the CEO and some of their staff. Talked about electronic targets on the 1,000-yard range. Talked about indoor opportunities and things in that meeting. Got to have lunch with them. We gave them a tour of the whole range, came over by headquarters and the Wildlife Center. But key pieces that came out of that for follow-up, CMP is working on kind of their desired, what they really would like to see in a partnership with the department and here at Ben Avery, and we'll be sharing that with us, including electronic targets on the 1,000-yard range, and not sure how many. It wouldn't be the whole range at this time. And then what kind of management plan we would develop to maintain those, because there's a lot tied to electronics. And then looking at our existing indoor range, if expanding that would meet their needs and expanding opportunities for them and us for all the different indoor, air gun different opportunities. Or if it's even something bigger, where small bore could be incorporated into a larger, we would look at probably more of a multi-use indoor facility. And then a piece of that, they have their retail sales, that's how they're generating their revenues, and then how we could partner with that and those opportunities where they have their Western presence of a retail shop where folks here would have the opportunity to look and purchase.
So they would also be a financial partner?
Yes, potentially in this, yeah.
Okay.
And we're envisioning like the electronic targets they would be providing that to us, and then we would use that, to enhance the facility.
Nice.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, thanks, Mike. Just a little bit of color commentary. Make no mistake, they really do want a long-term partnership with us for all kinds of reasons. On the surface, at least, it looks like their mission and ours have a lot of overlap, and we could benefit from a relationship. But I think the devil's in the details here. We really do need to see what they want to come back with, what they want, and then probably each of these different potential parts of a partnership would need to be taken in consideration by the commission. There's a lot of decisions ahead, but we got to see what they really want. They definitely want it. Right now, their primary presence is in Ohio and Alabama. They want to be in the Western U.S., and for competition's sake, for retail, for all different kinds of reasons. So.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. Mike?
So with that, thank you. And are there any other questions?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the phone call this week. I think that a quarterly cadence for these updates is proving that that's the right time frame. So thank you for doing that. As I think about this expansion, and we hear a lot about, what TSMC is doing to the semiconductor industry, all of this is requiring power. Are there any discussions about where they're going to get additional power from, and is that going to affect the operation at all?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, I can't answer where it's coming from, but I did want to share during the ADOT, our quarterly meeting, was shared to the east. If we look at the most recent photo, so the bottom one there, but to the east of TSMC, you see that kind of big black rectangle between that and I-17. That's a huge APS electric transfer. Thank you, Ben. They're building another one north of Dove Valley to support additional needs. I can't answer where it's coming from, but certainly we can look into that for you, Commissioner Guggenauer.
Okay, and I'm just thinking of transmission lines. That opens up a whole new scope of conversation to have, depending on what that is. And then the second point is ADOT's looking at improvements and easements along there. You gave us an update at the last meeting and talked about soundproofing, some type of barrier wall or something like that. Is any more developed in that area?
Commissioner Green, are you referring to like along 74 or I-17?
74.
74. There's been no discussion on any sound barriers by ADOT or the city of Phoenix. We're looking at potentially doing some of our landscaping tied, key to the statute in Title 17. Any of those, residential hotels, motels, churches within a mile, that's when those readings of the over 64 would require that. And I think why you'll see on some roads, interstates, the walls, because the roads are producing the noise, if that makes sense.
Right.
But there hasn't been any discussions of ADOT or the city along 74.
Okay. Your sound data that you presented, did you share that with the group?
We didn't have it finalized when we just met with them at our last quarterly, so we will be at the March, when we meet in March. Yep.
Thanks again, Mike. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Because you did that a couple days ago, right?
Well, we kept gathering. It's like, whoa, let's do another period of this time. So yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much. Thank your team for us. Great information. Good updates. Keep them coming.
Okay. Thank you, and happy holidays to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Director?
Madam Chair, item 14 is Wildlife Values Update. Presenter Gene F. Elms, Law Enforcement Branch Chief.
Hi, Gene.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good afternoon. It's nice to address the commission with the common portion of the agenda, so thank you. Arizona Game and Fish Revised Statute 17-314 provides the ability for the commission to bring civil action in the name of the state against any person unlawfully taking wildlife. Civil penalties are outlined in statute, and minimum sums are specific to wildlife species. Arizona Game and Fish Commission Rule R12-4-127 states the commission shall annually establish values of lost, injured wildlife using objective, measurable economic criteria. We are asking the commission to review that criteria from the previous year, and we're offering the adjustment to 2026. So if it is approved by the commission today, the figures that you were presented with, starting in January, February, because January has already been noticed, but any of those species that appear for revocation or civil assessment would be included in those numbers.
Great. Questions or comments from the commission? Yes, please, Jeff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Gene, I have a question that this came up, I don't know, probably a year and a half ago. We had a case with a bighorn ram getting shot, and there was a motion to relook at the values and everything because it was a collared ram and everything else. I don't know, I'm assuming you remember all that. But the question really was about the minimum values. At that time, my understanding was we had a minimum value for both bison and bighorn because they're once in a lifetime species to be hunted. So as I understand what the recommended value is for bighorn, it's actually less than that minimum value. Is that correct, or am I reading this wrong?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, excuse me, Commissioner Buchanan, you're reading it wrong. So if you look at bighorn sheep on the list, based upon the criteria that the commission established, the value of a bighorn sheep is $4,968.69. However, in statute, the minimum amount for a bighorn sheep is $8,000. So even though the criteria that the commission established identifies the value at a little under $5,000, it does not work because the minimum amount in statute is $8,000, so we have to go with the statute. None of the other figures you see on that sheet are below they're all over the minimum that's outlined in statute. So bighorn sheep is the only exception to that.
Thanks.
Okay, great. And I would like to thank Commissioner Guggenhauer and you for updating this, and that's why we enjoy getting this information ahead of time and being able to speak with each of the presenters just to make sure our questions are answered and our comments are taken. So thank you so much for that, and thank you. I appreciate that very much.
And as we discussed, really the changes this year had to do with this consumer price index, hunting time in the field actually decreased for some of these species. However, the CPI increased, so that's why you see very small increases. Buffalo went down slightly, but everything else just increased a little bit.
Great. Do we have a recommendation on this?
Yes, the department recommends the commission approve the updated wildlife civil values for calendar year 2026.
Right. Do I have an acceptance of that and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all right, good. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we are passing that 5-0. Thank you so much, Jean.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, item 15 is state and federal legislation. Presenter Ed Sanchez, Legislative Policy Administrator.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, for the record, my name is Ed Sanchez. I'm Legislative Liaison for the Department and here to provide you a very brief update on legislative affairs going forward. But as you know, session starts very soon. Next slide, please. It starts very soon, so I'll go through this, but we'll have a lot of more information in the next month, actually. So, but just want to give you a quick update on the legislative proposal process. Starts in June, and it kind of goes all the way up into September until December, where we have a final recommendation to the commission about legislation that we might have identified through our legislative process. But at this point in time, we have no proposals we've submitted to the governor's office and no proposals for you, the commission, to look at. And there's a reason for that. I think we're focusing in on a few things. Next slide, please. And those things are our department priorities. Approval of the department budget, and that also includes their budget appropriation. And being that we have some fiscal concerns at the legislative and executive levels, we want to make sure we're laser focused on getting our budget and our budget appropriation across the finish line. And with that, we protect state and commission authority. That means we're tracking and monitoring legislation, and that's one of the other reasons we've kind of pivoted a little bit. We had a lot of activity with bills and legislation last session. We think there may be the same type of activity, so we want to make sure we have enough flexibility to focus on our appropriation bills, our budget and appropriation budget, and then also these bills that may pop up during the session. And of course, I just want to talk about a little bit about educating and maintaining relationships. We've had this summer some meetings with some key legislators, just to educate them, inform them about the hatchery system and the value it provides to the department. We're going to continue that advocacy on the ground at the legislature, and we'll obviously give you an update as we proceed forward in the session. So a couple of key dates. Session begins January 12th. Governor's executive budget is released January 16th. Another key date is, it could be January 13th, but I think it's going to be January 20th, just because it's so close. It's most likely January 20th, is the Senate Natural Resource Committee hearing. Next slide, please. And that's important because the governor's commission nominee will go through that process. We'll be working on trying to get that person, whenever that person is selected, to move quickly to the Senate Natural Resource Committee. And there's, right at this point, no appointment from the governor yet. We have Patrick Cooley and Jessica Manuel that were from the CARB board recommended and forwarded to the governor's office for her consideration. Again, the goal would be, as soon as we get a nominee, we'll move quickly to try to schedule a hearing January 20th, or at least at the latest early to mid-February, get a hearing scheduled. Next slide, please. And of course, I want to announce about the legislative day. Wildlife Tomorrow, it's going to be, again, sponsoring some of the activities there, including the food. It's Wednesday, February 18th at Wesley Bowling Plaza. We're going to be talking about, again, modernizing our state's hatchery system. Next slide, please. And then a quick update on the federal system. This is kind of old news. The shutdown, it ended on November 12th, longest in history. They've extended the continuing resolution to January 30th, so they have some time to maybe work out a deal. They're going back and forth quite a bit. The milestone to look for is that at the end of the year, the Obamacare subsidies end. And so that's the big talk, and there's only about 10 working days left. So they're working on a deal to try to get something by the end of the year, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Next slide, please. With that, Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is my presentation.
Thank you.
Open for any questions.
Commissioner Guggenauer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ed, I wanted to start with a huge thanks. We know appropriations is always an issue. This year it's more critical than I think I can remember as long as I've been on the commission. It's related to hatcheries and making sure we have funding. You organized a trip for Senator Rogers to come up to the Tonto Creek Hatchery, supported by a lot of the local sportsmen's groups that were up there. Feedback from that was phenomenal. So congratulations for doing that. I know there were last minute changes, updates. I don't know how to keep up with all the changes that you did there, but all good, and thanks for working through that. We appreciate it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, thank you very much. Thank you.
And then my second comment was, I know that some of the legislators are already working on bills that they'll be working with, so that the first day that they can actually enter bills into the process, they want to hit the ground running. Is there a way that we can find out about those to see if we can engage with some of the legislators maybe before or right after some of the legislation gets entered?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, there is a process we follow. When we submit our legislative proposals and even the budget to the governor's office, the executive side, we wait to hear back from feedback from them and kind of, when we can proceed forward with conversations, more detailed conversations with members and potential sponsors. So we're still waiting on that, but we do have an indication on members specifically who would be interested in moving legislation forward or even moving maybe budget things forward. So yeah, we have to be cautious, but we do have identified some members that once we get the green light, we'll really hit the ground running, moving quickly, and we hope it's soon.
Yes. And then I know we talk about this a lot, and I say this publicly every year about this time, but we as a commission are available. If we can add value in meeting with some of the legislators or the governor's office, feel free to give us a call. Be happy to support whatever you're doing down there.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You are on our top of the list each time we look, and I pull out the toolbox as to what we need to leverage and get things moving.
Good. Any other comments, questions? Luke, do we have a blue slip?
Madam Chair, we do not on this item.
All right.
We do, however, on item 16, which is next.
Which is next. Okay, I had it on the wrong one. All right, thank you so
Chair.
much, Ed. Appreciate it. Director?
Madam Chair, item 16 is State and Federal Lands Planning Update. Presenter Callie Cavalcant, Habitat Evaluation and Lands Branch Chief.
Cavalcan.
Either one works. Good afternoon. For the record, Callie Cavalcant, Habitat Evaluation and Lands Branch Chief, presenting the state and federal lands planning update. As we're all aware, and as Ed just touched on, we did experience a federal shutdown recently and some delays related to projects that we were tracking and engaging on with our federal partners. However, we're seeing progress and we're looking forward to moving forward on those things. I will also note that next month is our first of 2 expanded renewable energy reports for the state and federal land planning update, so more soon in January. Okay, so I'm going to start with the roadless area conservation rule, also known as the roadless rule, was established in 2001 and identified portions of national forest systems for limited or no human development. This special designation prohibited road construction and timber harvesting on portions of Forest Service land. In June of this year, the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture announced the agency's intent to rescind the rule, which is consistent with priorities of the current administration to support domestic timber production needs and reduced wildfire risk. In August, the Federal Register published a notice of intent to prepare an EIS for the rescission, and although they indicated their intent not to identify cooperating agencies, we did formally request status to ensure that the rescission would consider potential impacts to wildlife, wildlife-related recreation, and habitat. Next slide, please. Oh, I guess I've got a clicker here. Thank you, Ben. Okay, next up is the Conservation and Landscape Health Rule, commonly and popularly referred to as the Public Lands Rule. It's a BLM policy that was established in May of last year that identifies conservation as a multiple land use alongside other uses like grazing and energy development. The rule introduced conservation leases to support conservation as a multiple use. In September, the BLM proposed to rescind the rule, and we did submit comments during the most recent public comment period. During that time, we reiterated some of our concerns with the rule, focused on these 3 items here. First and foremost is that we considered the rule to be fairly duplicative for regulations and processes. Specifically for areas of critical environmental concern, ACECs, which already exist as a tool outlined in the resource management planning process for the BLM. We ultimately recommended that the BLM handbooks and manuals remain the appropriate place for ACEC guidance. Second is conservation leasing. Under the new rule, the state fish and wildlife agencies could be required to obtain conservation leases to manage wildlife on BLM lands, which would be a requirement that would conflict with our statutory authorities. And then third and finally is interpretation and implementation of ACECs under the 2024 rule. There's potential here for the BLM to inadvertently increase conflict among multiple uses or preclude multiple uses that would otherwise be consistent with conservation values identified within the ACECs. Unless coordination was specifically identified as a requirement, the outcomes of ACEC and conservation area leases could ultimately conflict unintentionally with our jurisdictional authorities and wildlife management priorities on the landscape. Next slide, please. Ooh, we're missing a slide here. Can we go back one to see if it's there? It's not. Okay, so I'm going to cover really quickly some changes on the Endangered Species Act that's not listed here. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries have proposed multiple revisions to regulations issued under the Endangered Species Act. These changes are intended to eliminate, reduce unnecessary regulation, reflect existing case law, and provide greater transparency and certainty for stakeholders. There's 5 different regulation changes that have been proposed. I believe in your packets you have a list of those 5 different regulations that they're considering revision. There is a 30-day public comment period which closes on December 22nd. We anticipate a final publication of the majority of those regulations for fall of next year. They indicated October of 2026. So the impetus for those changes were based on directives under Executive Order Unleashing American Energy, which required a review of all federal regulations. In short summary, the proposed changes will revert the ESA to the language that was published in 2019, but then subsequently revised under the last administration in 2024. It's important to note that those revisions do not require that any decisions that are made. Sorry, let me back up. It doesn't require that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service revise any changes that have been, or classifications, listing decisions that were made within the last several years or prior to the last several years. Also, any listing decisions that are made from now until the rule is final in October of next year or fall of next year. However, they have stated their intent to apply the changes proposed to the blanket rules for threatened species to any species that do not currently have species-specific rules, but they don't have a timeline for what that rollout looks like. With the exception to number 4 in your copies and your binders, we are working to draft comments for these to meet the December 22nd timeline for the comment period. Number 4 speaks to protections that are afforded to species that are listed due to their similarity in appearance to listed species. We have a species here of the 11, the Sonoran Desert Tortoise, that would be impacted by that rule change. We did submit comments for that particular change that spoke to our desire to work closely with the service and provide our special expertise as it relates to tortoise in Arizona. Next slide. Oh, nope, we'll stay here. So Heber Wild Horse Territory Management Plan in August of this year, the Apache Sitgreaves released the final EIS and finding of no significant impact. And then during that time, they opened I believe it was it might have been a 60-day objection period, which we did file an objection letter at that time, focusing on our concern for lack of clarity and specificity for thresholds identified in the plan. That data collection efforts and basing management decisions on best available science, as well as lack of detail and annual operation plans within their final management plan. They did also recently share that their decision is expected in February of 2026. Next slide, please. Okay, the last slide I have for you is in regards to an executive order that was signed by Katie Hobbs in September of this year, removing barriers to delivering affordable energy for Arizona. That executive order established a task force that will deliver an energy generation and transmission strategic plan specifically related to streamlining development on state trust lands. Our department has been identified as a member of that task force, and we look forward to continued engagement with the group, and we'll provide you with any relevant updates. And with that, next slide, please. I'm available for any questions.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Can you go back 2 slides to that Hebrew wild horse slide? You said that they indicate there was basically no significant impact, and we filed our objections. And I don't know if this question is for you or for Council Odenkirk, but if they did not, if they didn't accept our objections or didn't make modifications to this plan, can we sue them as a department can we sue the National Forest for this type of, in my opinion, dropping the ball on this issue?
Members of the Commission, yes, you would have the ability to seek judicial review as long as you've exhausted your administrative remedies, which usually includes an objection or an appeal. Once that administrative process is complete, then you would have the ability to proceed in federal court.
And I'm not making any suggestion that we were going to do that. I'm just wondering what options are available. I know that there's a whole lot more involved than just saying, okay, we're going to file a lawsuit. But I just was wondering what was available to us should that become necessary or we felt like that was required. Okay.
Commissioner Guggenauer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Staying on that slide, I don't see any mention of AMLs when we're talking about this management plan. Is that part of it or just something we're not addressing here?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, yes, that's summarized in the specificity for the thresholds that they've identified. Is also, we've specifically outlined our concerns with AMLs in our objection letter.
Okay, thank you. And then going back to the ESL, the endangered species list, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, did they send out these broad categories that they were seeking inputs, or did they seek inputs from agencies to tell them that we think that, these are or not or should be listed? How did that work?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, I'm going to clarify first. Was your question related to their seeking public comment for the regulation changes that they're proposing in the Federal Register right now? Did they specifically seek state wildlife agency comment on those?
Correct.
Not to my knowledge. We're part of the public process for providing those comments. We did not participate, but we attended a recent webinar that they hosted specifically for state wildlife agencies, had an opportunity to ask questions during that time, and we had several folks from our agency attend that webinar.
So does it sound like a good thing, or are they close? I have a problem when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife says we want to hear about this, this, and this, but we don't want to hear about these. Is that what we're faced with?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, these particular rule changes were those that they are proposing to make and revert to the 2019 version. As far as other changes to the ESA that they might be considering, I think to be determined. But if there's an opportunity for us to engage on that, we certainly will. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
We know you will. Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Buchanan.
Madam Chair, thanks. Two comments. First one really has to do with the wild horses, and then the bigger aspect of burros on BLM land, horses on Forest Service land. I think it's been about a year since we had a detailed update to kind of look at the AMLs and look and see where we are. I know that we as a commission wrote a letter on this, and I just think at some point in time in the not too distant future, we could use an update. I don't know if I have to make a motion for that, but I'd like to dig in a little deeper to see where we are on this.
Does that become an action?
Madam Chair, I think we can vote on that as a future agenda item.
Okay.
So in that case, I move that we get an update on where we are with our federal partners on horses and burros on federal lands.
And I need a second.
I'll second that.
And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. So we have an action item.
Thanks. And then the second one was, and I may be mistaken here, but I thought from Region 4, we had a public comment related to this particular, not what's on the slide, but on our participation in the governor's task force. They wanted another comment, so I just want to make sure we don't go on beyond it without hearing what that was, if I'm correct there.
That
Director.
is correct.
There is a blue slip.
There is a blue slip for this item.
There is a blue slip for that. Okay. Should I take the blue slip now?
Sure.
Okay. Hello? Is anyone home?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, this is Region 4. We have Johnny Fugate.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fugate, good to see you again, sir.
Yes, ma'am. You as well. Madam Chair, again, my name is John Fugate, and I'm representing the Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club. Our organization absolutely holds the personal beliefs of at least one commissioner that avoidance of the permanent loss of wildlife habitat should be the primary focus of the department. As it specifically relates to the governor's executive order as presented to you just moments ago, issued on September 15th of 2025, we believe one of the order's primary purposes is to support and promote eligible solar, wind, solar types of projects and get them completed in order to receive federal tax credits. The State Land Department was directed that by October 15th to have produced a report outlining the state standard leasing process, including timelines, and number two, streamline and expedite Arizona State Land Department processes for the purpose of expanding energy infrastructure on state lands. For the benefit of the commission and staff, our research has found that the delivery of energy from solar sites that cause said permanent loss of wildlife habitat goes to the highest bidder, and for the most part does not remain in Arizona. Additionally, our organization believes constructed solar sites in Arizona, particularly in Region 4, have produced significant permanent loss of wildlife habitat. So again, as I said this morning in my call to the public, I am asking this commission to officially approve that the director has the authority on your behalf to provide in writing from this point forward that the said permanent loss of habitat should be avoided. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fugate. Happy holidays.
Yes, ma'am. You as well.
Ms. Cavalcant?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, unless you have any other questions for me, that concludes my presentation.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Director?
Madam Chair, item 17, Commission Priorities Update. Presenter is Luke Thompson, Special Assistant to the Director.
Thank you. Hi, Luke.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As we do every month, it's my pleasure to present the Commission Priority Report. And this month, we have an additional item to discuss with the Commission, which is the proposed addition of a new Commission priority that was presented to the Commission and discussed as kind of part of our workshop up at Mount Trumbull last month. And so I'll have Ben jump to slide 44, and what I was thinking procedure-wise is if we moved through that and then provided the Commission their standard opportunity to ask questions on the remaining priorities, and then we'll move into the expanded priority report from Daniel Kloss.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Excellent. So, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, as discussed at the workshop and in prior conversations with the Commission here in these meetings, the Department is returning with a proposed new Commission priority. For now, we are numbering it as number 10 because there's 9 currently, with a title of Enhancing and Improving Wildlife Connectivity. As you can see on the screen, we've developed an objective statement, the metrics, as well as identified a lead for the department consistent with our other Commission priorities. The objective statement tied to this proposed new priority would read to implement actions and monitoring efforts that benefit connectivity and resilience for Arizona's wildlife within AZGFD identified priority corridors. The metric would be the cumulative number of quarterly actions taken and the milestones achieved for that objective. Those would include wildlife structure construction benchmarks, movement utilization studies, wildlife vehicle collision tracking, fence treatments, vegetation management, securing funding, supporting planning processes, and public outreach. And Keith Knutson, our contracts branch chief, would be the lead for this. If the Commission chose to take action today to sort of ratify and vote to incorporate this priority into the Commission priorities, the Department would move forward reporting out on those metrics monthly and would incorporate the expanded report for this metric into our normal schedule that we do for all the expanded reports as well.
Great. Excellent.
With that, I think I could return it to you, Madam Chair, for discussion within the Commission. If there's any questions, Assistant Director Crowder has advised he'd be willing to work through those as well. The Chair, Madam Chair, you could entertain a motion and vote to ratify and accept this as a new Commission priority moving forward.
All right. Any comments, Commissioner Guggenhauer?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Luke, for your work on this. I want to talk a little bit about what those priorities are. We listened this morning about priorities in western Maricopa County and to the west, but this is more of a statewide type action plan. Things like the Lion Springs plan that's currently going on, those would still be part of the discussion, part of the things that would track is a list of projects.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Guggenhauer, that's correct. So this is a statewide approach, and part of the metrics here at least are milestones. And so there's components such as actions taken to improve connectivity, which could be fences. It could be projects such as what was shared today for the White Mountains. It could be actions taken with regards to like the overpass on I-17. It could be additional work down on the kind of the terminus of Interstate 11 with regards to sheep collaring. So each one of those actions would be part of what would be tracked quarterly. so the commission is aware of what we're doing on a statewide basis related to connectivity, not just overpasses, right? It's all the actions associated with connectivity in that regard.
So would you see, Madam Chair, Assistant Director Crowder, would you see a list similar to our state and federal report, something like that, to track projects and see the status of them?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, it could look like that. So I can run through just briefly at a high level as an example what we're looking at. So movement studies, fence treatments, veg treatments, funding secured. That's an important component because that could increase leverage. Consultations, which would look like what we're doing to work with either land management agencies, Department of Transportations, the crossings is another one, and even ARC clearance, because that allows us to, let's say it's a veg treatment, and in order to get ahead of what the vegetation treatment might be, there's archaeological work that would be done, which would allow implementation. So I think what I'd visualize and what we've been tracking as part of the larger topic, which is under the drought and resiliency, which is what Regional Supervisor Kloss will share, is a summary of those, working through each of those milestones and what's been accomplished as a success measure.
Okay. And I like the idea, my last comment is I like the idea of having this under the contracts branch, because I think it is going to be cross agencies and involve everybody from the legislators to the governor's office. So I think that's a wise decision on whoever decided that. Tom, thank you. But I think that's the right approach to that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, it's so Keith is on leave today, and if you're aware, sometimes if you don't show up, you get a signed thing. So that was a strategy behind that.
So we plan actions around bass fishing tournaments, right?
That's great. Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Speaking of contracts branch, just something that I know it's going to come up during Danielle's presentation, but let's not forget about riparian areas in criticality of connectivity. So just to highlight that, because I know she's going to talk about that a little bit, and we'll highlight that. Look, first of all, let me just say I believe this is hugely important. If you haven't ever read the book, The Spine of the Continent, think about that. It's worth reading. It's about connectivity. Really kind of focuses on large carnivores, but the criticality of connectivity to enable their long-term survival. Pretty important stuff. So I'm a huge fan of this. And I will vote or make a motion or vote to approve as a separate priority. I am, like we had talked about in the workshop, I am concerned overall by our number of priorities. And my concern is if we have too many, it's going to work against ourselves. So just in the future, I want to kind of look at them. I recommend we look at them holistically and consider that, combination. Anyway, that's a comment.
Commissioner Kerr? Okay. Go. Any other comments? Okay. All right. Please.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept the Enhance and Improve Wildlife Connectivity Priority number 10.
Great. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. I have 2 seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And the motion has passed 5-0. Thank you. Thank you very much, Luke.
Yes, ma'am. With that, we'll move forward and open the floor for questions or comments regarding the overall package for the commission priorities this month.
Any other questions on the priorities for this month?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Luke. I was just going to say as an update on the Fair Chase initiative, we talked about adding like a ICAST show to look at new technologies for electronics. I talked to AD, FOD, McFarland over there, and he said he's already on it, and we'll look through that. So I appreciate getting that. I do have a question on slide 24, Ben. And I'm trying to understand this. I know this is a new chart. We're looking at it by region now rather than the projects that we had in our last year. but maybe you, Luke, or I don't know if Chris is available. Somebody could walk us through here. My major concern is we are halfway through the fiscal year, and it looks like we're behind the curve on some of these. And I want to just get some clarification on that.
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, I can address it first, but I'll also open it to AD Stewart to discuss some of those aspects. The answer is no. The department is not behind on these projects. So each one of these, being that they're capital projects with capital funding, require approval through the JCCR approval process. That's a legislative requirement, a statutory
Correct.
requirement for the department. That occurred earlier in November, around November 10th or 11th. And so we just recently received that approval to expend these funds on those projects that you see on the screen, and we have begun to move through those. So we had built into our process the timing to initiate those projects once the JCCR approval was received. I will also note that that approval would extend an additional fiscal year, and Jen, maybe you have some additional feedback for that piece. But to address it very clearly, we are not behind on these priorities, and we have begun and we'll hit our mark with those metrics. So, assuming there's not any other pieces that crop up for delays.
Okay.
It beautifully. So, yeah, thank you for doing that. And that is, it's very much related to that process that we're required to go through and the timing of when we can get in front of them to be able to do that. I think it was fortunate for us that we were able to get to them in November because that's not always the case. But he was also correct in that with the FY26 building renewal funds, they do have a 2-year window for expenses as well. So we should be in a good spot. I can also just give you a quick update. I think the two that are showing yellow right now, one of those is the Region 1 Pine Top roof, and the other is the Sterling Springs propane tank, and they are being quoted and should be completed soon. So hopefully that helps you for at least the two in yellow.
She took away the rest of my questions. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, I think we're good, Luke.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
So, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to Danielle Kloss for the expanded report on resilient wildlife habitat.
Supervisor Klaus. Hello.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Is the mic on?
Oh.
The button on there should be green.
Yes, it's
on the.
Oh.
Oh,
Is
there
that
you
better?
go. Now it's working.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. We're going to close out the afternoon with the extended report for the Resilient Wildlife and Habitat Team. My name is Danielle Kloss, and I'm the Regional Supervisor in Region 4, and I am the team lead for this Commission priority. I'll be providing you with updates on progress tactics and our revenue metrics. Before I get started, I would also like to thank the leads of the sub-teams, Heidi Raymond, Chris Gantrell, and Dan Sterla as acting, as well as Brittany Kearney. They and their teams have been instrumental in getting the data for this presentation as well. So a thank you to them. Okay, this is a map that you may have seen many times before. It's looking a little bit less red than normal, which is good. And the new map that has come out as well looks more red than months past. So this is short-term drought conditions, and they have improved, which is no surprise with all the rain we're getting, even in Yuma. No new triggers have been met this month. Continuing trends with precipitation have caused many of the units, the game management units, that were previously triggered to be moved out of the extreme drought stage. Drought triggers are tracked by a game management unit across the state. This is just an example, a screenshot from Region 4. You can see the prolonged months of drought trends. Statewide right now, we have 3 units where triggers were met, meaning currently they are in 6 months or longer of extreme or exceptional drought. We've had a 93% reduction in game management units that are no longer in extreme or an exceptional drought right now. Okay, I'm going to start the biology update with connectivity. While this is now its own standalone commission priority, moving forward, I do want to touch on some of the more notable items, including the final review of Lion Springs Wildlife Crossings ADOT plan that was completed, as well as 3 miles of fence modification near the Willard Springs overpass that was completed in coordination with the Arizona Antelope Foundation. And then a final non-federal match payment of $300,000 was made to ADOT for the I-17 Willard Springs project. And you can see the photo of that project up top. And then the photo below is a cool picture that Betty provided to us of some of our team and some of the Arizona Antelope Foundation working on that fence project.
What was the final cost of that overcross, of that connectivity piece? Was it 24 million?
Madam Chair, it was 24.6 million was at least what was awarded, and then of course it went out to bid through ADOT, and it came in under target. So the department provided approximately 1.5 million as part of the match for that project.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assistant Director Crowder. Okay, moving on to our wildlife areas. Since your last extended report in May, many of our wildlife areas have had their operation and maintenance plans updated. There have also been many other actions completed at our wildlife areas in the past 6 months. Some of those include at Clough Ranch in Region 5, 300 tons of gravel was spread to resurface the driveway and parking area to help minimize further soil erosion and to better manage water runoff. And that's that top photo is at Clough. In Region 6 at Arlington Wildlife Area, fields were re-leveled on the Richardson and Gable parcels to provide water to these fields, bringing them back into production. In Region 2, at the House Rock Wildlife Area, following the Dragon Bravo fire, monitoring of the upper portion of the pipeline and flows were conducted, and 15,000 gallons of backup water storage was put in place as a backup if the pipeline were to fail. And then lastly, in Region 1 at Luna Lake, the boundary fence to the high water mark was completed, both with barbed wire and pipe rail fence, and that's a photo of that pipe rail fence there at the bottom. Okay. It's been a little while since you guys have received a non-game update from this team. So to dig into that a little bit, specifically for the leopard frog, mud turtle, and garter snake, drought is monitored at these sites that we know are occupied by these species. And a couple of short-term responses are determining the need to salvage leopard frogs at drying sites. We look at if the population is duplicated elsewhere, and if it's not, we'll salvage the population. We had 12 leopard frog salvages in 2025, with over 3,700 frogs moved to more resilient sites. Another short-term response is to haul water. This is only in the most critical situations, and generally we only haul water to refugial sites with unreplicated, highly vulnerable leopard frog populations. So 2 of those hauls were conducted in 2025, one at the House Rock Wildlife Area, Tank 3, and then another at horse tanks on the Kofa National Wildlife Refuge. And then for long-term responses, aquatic habitat enhancements or renovations at strategic sites, and that's based upon a number of factors, including impact, land ownership, feasibility, funding, and compliance. So again, habitat enhancements are a long-term response for these aquatic herps and can include actions such as pond building, tank cleanouts, liner installments, plumbing repairs, berm repairs, pipe rail fence installations, and the drilling or the repairing of wells. There have been 48 enhancements for amphibians and reptiles since 2008. And you can see some of our more recent examples of that. In 2024, we had 2 for the northern leopard frogs. In 2025, 4 for the Sonora mud turtles and the Chiricahua leopard frogs. And in 2026, we have 7 enhancements planned. 6 ponds will be renovated at the Grasslands Wildlife Area and 1 in the Las Ciénegas National Conservation Area. And this photo, these couple of photos that I have on this slide, shows the laying of a liner in a recontoured pond. Construction was done in June, and by August you can see how much better the site looks. It's holding water and the vegetation has grown back. Moving on to another non-game species, let's take a look at the native spring stale drought resilience. Similarly to the previous slides, drought monitoring is conducted at occupied springs. Translocations occur to establish new or augment at-risk populations to increase species resiliency and redundancy to drought. Some of the actions that we have taken include installing enclosure fencing around spring heads to reduce impacts by feral burrows and unauthorized livestock, which protects and improves springhead habitat, reducing habitat loss and maintaining surface water flow. You can see from the 2 photos at the bottom, it's very visually evident with these photos, the increase in vegetation at Hutch Springs, which is one of our 5 known vertirim spring snail sites. If a site is expected to become permanently dry or severely impacted, an emergency salvage may be conducted with translocation to a nearby spring with more suitable habitat or into captivity, like the Phoenix Zoo Conservation Center, and that's what's shown in that photo below. Okay, and lastly, from our biology team, an update on aquatic invasive species. The Department 6 hatcheries are inspected on a regular basis for presence of aquatic invasive species using visual inspection techniques and eDNA. All of our hatcheries are inspected annually in July. Page Springs has had ongoing challenges despite treatment. They will disappear and then they will show back up. And then we also had some New Zealand mud snails at bubbling ponds. It's positive as of this summer, and the hatchery is researching treatments currently. Page Springs, bubbling ponds, Sterling Springs, Canyon Creek, Tonto Creek, all continue to be inspected monthly. We've collected 218 eDNA samples statewide at our stocked waters and other monitoring locations, and 93 at our hatcheries. Okay, moving on to infrastructure updates. Some notable items include in FY26, 112 ranch bots were purchased, 97 ranch bots, 3 ranch bot lights, and 12 cameras. 32 of those have been installed, and we currently have 2 of our Pheasants Forever, Quail Forever contractors that are out on the landscape right now installing those ranch bots. We also continue to evaluate our wildlife waters to prioritize where we're placing our remote water sensors. I'll get into that a little bit more next. And we do have 26 wildlife water redevelopments scheduled for FY26. And 13 of those have been completed. Okay. I mentioned that we continue to evaluate our wildlife waters to prioritize our remote sensor installations. We will continue to do that, but something else that we have been considering and looking at is the story that the 375 remote sensors that we already have out on the landscape tells. So we looked at these 375 ranch bots that we have out on the landscape and determined that the use of these ranch bots has saved up to 2,100 trips for our employees and our volunteers to check water levels. These saved trips to these waters allows us to be more strategic and purposeful with our water checks. The ability to check and analyze the water levels remotely allows us to identify when there are issues almost instantaneously. This does not absolve our wildlife managers of the required physical checks that they have to do on all of our wildlife waters per regional protocol to clean and maintain these waters to make sure that they're in good working condition. We also calculated that we've saved up to 178,000 miles driven annually by our employees and our volunteers, and that we have also saved up to 7,100 hours annually for our employees that can now be reprioritized.
That's great.
Okay. So we also realized in looking at this and in looking at cost and in looking at potential cost savings and the costs of these units that there are so many nuances to this evaluation, and some other considerations that we took a look at was driving routes. How many times when wildlife managers are going out are they hitting, they have their route and they go out and they're hitting multiple catchments at one time. The amount of time that may be saved by doing that. A lot of these waters that we do have remote sensors on, we are also flying to check the water levels. But again, the value of being able to get on your computer and instantaneously see what the water level is very valuable. Employee safety, another invaluable consideration. Our employees and our volunteers are out and checking these waters in really rough, rough areas and in really extreme conditions, weather conditions. Sector resources. This has been instrumental in helping to support especially sectors where there's vacancies and there's not wildlife managers who have the ability to be out at those waters regularly. Same thing for coordination, and then just considering the type of remote sensor used, whether that's a ranch bot itself or whether that's a camera. So some of the takeaways from evaluating these waters and evaluating the significance and the contribution of being able to utilize remote water sensors is this allows us to prioritize the highest need wildlife waters and making sure that we're putting these remote sensors on the most important and most critical waters. We also know that remote water sensors come at a cost. The unit comes at a cost, and the subscription fee is a cost as well. We also know that these systems require monitoring and maintenance, and that that's an important component to this. But we do know that the utility of these sensors really is invaluable to our employees, especially safety, as well as their time and coordination. Okay, moving on to marketing, some of their new accomplishments. Launching the statewide Send Water campaign in May, which was the earliest launch that they had in campaign history, resulted in an increased outreach window, and more than $255,000 were raised between May to September. They also introduced an online recurring donation functionality, with 100 Send Water reoccurring donors established and approximately $5,000 raised in the first month alone. That's great. They also explored opportunities to share broader resiliency messages on social media, resulting in viral content such as the beaver reintroduction post. And I would be remiss if I told you about the post and then didn't show it to you.
Great.
Isn't that cool? The marketing team. Oh.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Danielle, just a comment on that. Aside from the marketing aspect, which is I know what you're here to talk to us about, but I've now seen two different projects down in Region 5, one on the Lower San Pedro and one over on Empire Ranch, La Cienega, with reintroduction of beavers. Huge impact. Hugely successful. Land managers, outdoorsmen, all kinds of people are very, very supportive of it, to the tune I'm now starting to get calls about when can we get our beavers on Harshaw Creek, on Sonoyta Creek, some things like this. But it's significant. And I think the big idea is You know, this is returning a wetland or a riparian area to what it used to be. It does require some engineering on our part, but as one of your stories said in the marketing side, you know, this is the newest Game and Fish employees that don't have much of a salary. So anyway, good job on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Buchanan, Madam Chair. Okay, so this just shows the total number of shares and how much it, you know, the spread, its reach across the platforms. And this specific post kind of made our metrics for the first couple of months for this In Water campaign go through the roof, which is great. And just a note about shares. It says total shares across all of the platforms in July was 876. And these shares really are an insightful metric to track because it indicates the number of times that people intentionally share the post onto their own profiles, serving as a force multiplier and expanding the post reach to audience that we may not have access to from our profiles. Posts with a high number of shares also indicate content and topics that are highly engaging to the public, which helps us develop content that resonates with our intended audience. And the goal ultimately to increase engagement and to spread our reach. So. Okay, and then lastly, just touching on the cost of drought. This first slide here, you can see the cost to haul water and the cost of redevelopments. This is for calendar year 2025, $1.5 million on redevelopments, over $3 million on water hauling. The state hauled just shy of 2 million gallons of water in 2025. And then lastly, our donations from our Send Water campaign. This is really significant. We're not even halfway through FY26, and they've already raised over $172,000 for our Send Water campaign. And with that, we will continue to present our metrics from the team monthly for the commission. The team leads will be available for questions, and updates on progress, tactics, and revenue metrics will be presented by myself twice a year. I'll see you guys in May.
Excellent.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
I want to go back to the infrastructure. We've been talking about the ranch bots for a while, and I mean, a great tool, great assistance to the department, no question about that. But you're mentioning cameras now, and I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about where are you utilizing those cameras and how will they aid the department in monitoring water?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenhauer. That's a great question. So there's a couple of different types of products that RanchBot provides that we utilize, those RanchBots, RanchBot lights, and the cameras. And the cameras are what we use on our potholes or on waters that we cannot utilize the traditional RanchBot water sensor device. And so that camera is really cool. It allows us to pull up essentially a live feed of the water and allows us to see how much water are in those potholes or really any type of water source that doesn't have a drinker or something that we can put that sensor into. Mm-hmm. So that's really, really helpful, especially for places like wilderness where we have waters. It just really allows us to get more of a full picture of what our water levels are looking like.
I see. I remember a few months back we talked about issues at some of our sheep watering holes, where they went empty or something like that. Would cameras have an applicable role in something like that, or would rely on the ranch pots for those?
Those would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Yes, cameras would be very helpful for those waters.
Okay, I'll look for that in the appropriation next year.
Did those
Thanks.
did those ranch bots require a lot of maintenance or no?
You know, we've had a number of failures for the ranch bots, but RanchBot has been really great to work with us.
Good.
We send any components back that aren't working and they send us new ones for us to install.
Good to know.
I think for us, it's more of making sure that the infrastructure of our wildlife waters is working correctly, making sure that, there's no sediment or that they're cleaned out properly, that nothing's plugged. Then the issues with the ranch bots themselves, but the ranch bots really do aid in helping us make that determination. We can get online and see it's hot out and our water levels aren't going down in this catchment, there's something wrong, and to get out there. So
what's the cost of just a singular ranch bot approximately?
About $1,300 for one ranch bot, and then the subscriptions are approximately $321 per year per ranch bot.
Good. So I'm hoping that some of the people watching are saying, gee, where can I send money? Go on the website, hit the donate button, right?
Absolutely.
And that will really help us with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kerr.
Hi, Danielle. Thank you for your presentation. You've given us some metrics here on trips saved and the miles and the hours. Do we have a number for monetary? How much are we saving by using a ranch bot over driving out and checking it manually? Do we have that number, or did I just miss it?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Kerr, you did not miss that number.
Okay.
And when we began exploring this, coming up with a monetary value was the direction we were headed, and we really did discover with all of those nuances that it's really, really hard for us to put a dollar value to it. I'll go back to that slide of those other considerations. The exercise that we completed in order to determine the miles saved and the hours saved was by having our wildlife managers evaluate the waters in their own districts that had these remote water sensors on them and determining how far from their post of duty each of those wildlife waters was, which was great until you consider that wildlife managers have driving routes, right? They're like, okay, if I want to hit that water, I'm going to hit these other 3 waters too. And so there was a lot of nuance in trying to determine. That's why I said up to X amount of miles, up to X amount of trips, because when we started looking at it and then looking at, okay, different wildlife manager salaries, different, volunteers going out and doing some of this work for us as well, it was really, really hard to put a dollar value on that. So we're continuing to explore it, but it's a lot more challenging than I had anticipated.
I would imagine that hopefully you're taking into consideration wear and tear on vehicles, tires, everything else that would go into manually checking tanks. So I can see where that would be a difficult number to come up with, but thanks for the attempt.
Thank you, Commissioner Kerr. We'll continue to look into it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Danielle, this is a question really about your role as a regional supervisor and less what you do specifically for this commission priority. The world has changed compared to what it would have been like for Mike Sumner a couple of years ago before we had ranch bots and everything else. And so my question is, okay, with the changes and with less requirement to have specific driving routes to check on wildlife waters, is that changing at all how you supervise your wildlife managers, where they spend their time, how they spend their time, where they go, what sort of information, what sort of coaching are you doing for them now that they're not driven by this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, it's a great question. And in my short tenure as a regional supervisor, we've hauled over probably 1.5 million gallons of water. So to be completely honest, my focus, all of our reprioritized time in the region for our wildlife managers and for our field supervisors really has gone towards that. And so I'm hopeful and looking forward to being able to analyze that and look at how we can reprioritize some of that time. But to be completely honest, right now, with where we've been, all of our reprioritization has been continuously being put back into those waters, which has just been necessary for the wildlife.
Good. Anything else? Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Well
Thank you,
done.
Madam Chair. Thank you.
Nice work, Danielle. Thank you. Madam Chair, item 18 is Chairman, Commissioners, and Director comments.
All right. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Okay.
I wanted to start with the workshop that the commission held last month. And probably in my tenure, in my almost 7 years as a commissioner, probably the most informative workshop that I've been associated with. I think we took more out of this workshop than we've ever seen in the past. Gave the commission lots to think about, and lots of good conversation between the department leadership and the commission about what the vision is. I want to give a special call out to Marianne Cox and Luke Thompson. If it wasn't for their work behind the scenes before we got there and after we left there, we'd probably still be there, frankly. And also wanted to compliment that we just kind of got conditioned to having our meals cooked in a microwave in a plastic bag. So it was really refreshing to get some grilled food at the workshop. So thank you, Marianne and Luke, for putting that together. I want to remind everybody about the commission workshop or the commission awards banquet coming up on January 17th. If you haven't purchased a table, you can get a table and have 9 of your friends join you there. Please sign up. You can get the information on the Game and Fish website. Also want to congratulate the CARB, the Commission Appointment Recommendation Board. This is a governor-appointed committee that does the review of potential candidates for the commission. I think they did an outstanding job this year, forwarded 2 names to the governor's office, as we heard earlier, and I just wanted to thank them for their effort that they put forth in there. And lastly, to everybody and I think I'll speak on behalf of the whole commission, happy holidays, be safe, and be safe, and we'll see you in January. Thank you.
Go ahead. Begin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've got 2 things. First one, not so serious. Second one, more serious. But speaking of beavers, if you haven't ever read the story of the Idaho Fish and Game parachuting beavers into wilderness areas to restore beavers after World War II, you need to do that. It's pretty entertaining. All right. Secondly, it's hard to believe for me that it's been our last commission meeting was 3 months ago or so, and it's been a while since then. I need to apologize for my behavior in that. I won't apologize for my opinion about what we were dealing with at the time, or my passion. But the problem is I let my passion overcome my discipline, and I failed to treat all my fellow commissioners with the dignity and respect that they deserve. And so I'm sorry for that. There's a bigger issue to me, aside from my occasional lapses in discipline, and that is the commission system. And I've said this before. We were dealing with a sticky issue a couple of years ago. I said this, that each of the 5 of us, I know each of you well enough to know how dedicated you are at doing research and coming to the position and the opinion that you've come to. But it's not always the same opinion. We don't always share the same opinion or the same position. We come at things from different directions. And frankly, what the public needs to hear is that's okay. We're not robots that do whatever the department tells us to do. We're up here because of who we are individually, and we each spend a lot of time and energy coming to our opinions. This is the public process in play. This is why it works, and this is why our commission system works. And some days we're going to be on the losing side of a vote. And that's okay. I think the bigger issue is that in general, the wildlife in our state, the people of our state, are the beneficiaries of a system that works. And it's partly because of this interaction and not always agreement, sometimes disagreement, that it works so well. So anyway, I echo Commissioner Guggenauer's comments. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Like I said, apologize for my own lapses in discipline. I would like to say I'm going to get better in the future. We'll see.
Thank you, Jeff. Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Echoing Commissioner Guggenauer's comments earlier, the workshop really was informative. It was my first one, and the takeaways were pretty incredible. I feel a lot was accomplished. Luke and Marianne, great job. It was very much appreciated. What a wonderful location.
Yeah, beautiful.
You had to want to be there, I have to admit. Earlier, in between our last meeting and this one, I had a chance to attend Arizona Deer Association Youth Deer and Elk Camp, and I wanted to give a shout out to those individuals because it rained for 3 days solid, and they didn't flinch. They were there ankle deep in mud, and they were cooking for those kids, and they were providing mentorship and camaraderie, and it was really great to see. So I give a shout out to the Arizona Deer Association and all the other associations that held youth camps. I really feel those are an important thing that we provide our youth, and a great way to introduce people to a wonderful experience of fishing and hunting. I also got a chance to, along with some of the rest of you, attend the ADOA Fun Shoot here at Ben Avery earlier in the month, and that was a lot of fun. And so hats off to the people who put that together. That was a lot of fun, and I think everybody enjoyed themselves. And again, happy holidays to everybody, and Merry Christmas.
I would like to thank the commissioners for all their different point of views and coming together, but I want the public to also understand that we just don't attend commission meetings. We do a lot of ancillary stuff as well, and it depends on what we're interested in, what time we have, where it's located and such. But thank you to the commissioners for being active outside of just the meeting. I think that's really important. The other thing is I wanted to mention again about our January 17th Commission Awards Banquet. There are still sponsorships available, so if you are interested, go on the website and you can see some of those sponsorships that are available. It will be at the Hilton Phoenix Tapatio Cliffs Resort, which is a beautiful location, and they've really done a nice job with that. It's your wedding night.
No, I said that's where I spent my wedding.
Oh, that's where you spent your wedding night. Oh, I thought you were getting married again. I'm telling your family. The other thing, write down this date, is the expo is March 7th and 8th right here at Ben Avery. I think we had, Tony, 30,000. Huh? 28th and 29th. Okay, 28th and 29th, thank you very much, of February. March. Okay, gosh, I'll get it right soon. March 28th and 29th here at Ben Avery. How many people did we have last year? 30,000? 30,000 plus. Yeah, 30,000 plus people. Great time to bring the family, have the kids go fishing, looking at some wild game, looking at all the different things that Arizona Game and Fish. There's all kinds of shooting, archery, airsoft, everything is there. So March 28th and 29th. Good, I finally got it. The other thing too, I want to thank Tony Giles for the camaraderie and the focus that we have together with Wildlife for Tomorrow and with the department of really setting a focus and a direction for how we are working together through our messaging, through our media, and of course this is all looking at donations, because as you know, Wildlife for Tomorrow is the 501c3 for Arizona Game and Fish. We solely make money and get donations to funnel into conservation for Arizona Game and Fish Department. So if you're so inclined, excuse me, please feel free to donate and send money now. The other thing, Merry Christmas to all. I hope you have a wonderful holiday and especially a great New Year. And I now have a frog in my throat, so I apologize. Thank you for that. And I just want to thank you all for being here. Many of you have hung out here all day, and have a wonderful end of the year. Stay safe, be well, and we will see you in January. Thank you. Director?
Madam Chair, item 19 is future agenda items and action items.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Director, it looks like we do have 2 action items from today. The first one was for the department to return at a future commission meeting with an analysis of providing an avenue for past revokees that were based on fishing violations, the opportunity to take the newly formed fishing education class in place of the hunting education. And I believe tied to that, the request was to go back 5 years in that analysis for the commission.
Correct.
And then the second action item that we captured today was for the department to return to the commission with an update on the status of feral horses and burros on federal lands in Arizona, including the analysis of current AMLs versus population and coordination with federal agencies.
Good. Are we good on that? Okay.
Madam Chair, item 20 is the litigation report.
Nothing to report at this time.
Excellent. Thank you.
I
Sir?
could have done that. And that concludes our agenda for today, Madam Chair.
So Madam Chair, make a motion to adjourn.
I need a second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, I'll kill you. No, just kidding. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. The meeting is adjourned.